Cavaliers softball coming your way today on Johnson County Sports Live. We bid you a good afternoon here at Overland Park, Johnson County Community College. Beautiful doubleheader on tap today between your Cavaliers, currently ranked number 17 in the latest Division II rankings. They'll take on unranked Cowley. The Tigers coming up from Arkansas City, a battle of the two top teams in the conference. I'm Dylan Funk, joined alongside my broadcast partner Dennis Drennan as we kind of look at these early rankings. Only 4 games in the conference play thus far, Denny, and so far the preseason rankings have held up just exactly as everyone predicted. The top 4 teams between Cowley, Johnson County, Kansas City, Kansas, and Neosho County. It's a 4-way tie for first right now, so this doubleheader here today, it's got major implications of who can end up winning this whole thing by the time the 1st of May comes around.
Yeah, when you're going head-to-head, with rivals that are ranked right up where you're at and the same records, it's imperative that you win your home matches, your home games. Yep. So we do have a nice day here. It's not very sunny. It's cloud covered, but 55 degrees at first pitch. Wind is really not a factor today. It's 6 miles an hour blowing out of the east. Should be a non-factor. And a big thing that's going to be keeping an eye on today is that both these teams, arguably two of the best, at least two of the best pitching staffs in the conference. We'll see Brielle D out first for Johnson County and Micah Van, 2 sophomores out there for these teams. And it's going to be the same in game 2, no matter who's starting for Johnson County or Cowley, respectively. This is going to be a day where runs could be coming at a premium, and whoever makes maybe that costly error in the field on defense, that could be the difference in deciding a winner and loser in this one. Yeah, we may see some small ball play today to move those runners. Maybe so. We'll see how it happens. One thing that we know for sure, Johnson County, with that offense, they've been getting hot as of late. They're going to be tested today against a really great pitching staff for Cowley, as will the Tigers. They're going to be facing with Brielle D, and then we'll see who gets to start in game 2, either Elsa Correa, the freshman out of Free State, or Jalen Labors, the returning sophomore from a year ago. Should be a great doubleheader nonetheless between Johnson County and Cowley. We'll have it for you coming up next on Johnson County Sports Live.
Number one, obviously, is safety. We definitely call 811 to find out if there are any buried lines, fiber optic, whether it be telephone or pipeline or anything. Don't take a chance. Don't think you know and say, well, I don't remember anything being put in there. Call 811 and make sure that that's identified, that there isn't something there before you make that crossing. Because in the end, we want everybody going home.
Hey, you ready to go to my mom's?
Well, I can't go today. I have to mow. It's probably going to take all day.
Well, that's too bad. Don't work too hard.
Dixie Chopper. Speed when you need it.
See the full lineup at hersinc.net. Call 913-247-3530 or just stop on by.
For more than 20 years, Gherkin Rental has been the place to go to get the job done in eastern Kansas and western Missouri. With a huge selection of quality equipment, from roll-offs to trailers, telehandlers to generators, power washers to popcorn makers. Experienced equipment professionals and clean, well-maintained tools to help you get the job done right. The first time. Gherkin Rental. Stop by any of their 13 locations across the KC Metro or call 855-GHERKINS. That's 855-437-5367.
Our whole vision of becoming the 4-state agency was because we want to be able to grow with our clients, whether they have a lake house in Oklahoma, whether they're starting a business and expanding into Arkansas. We want to make sure that they're taken care of, whether it's home, auto, financial services, or even life insurance. We want to walk through the stages of life with our clients. That's the biggest part. That's what makes us different.
Strode Orthodontics is creating beautiful, healthy smiles. Dr. Claire Strode and her staff have decades of combined experience, offering clear and metal Damon Smile braces and Invisalign clear aligners for teens and adults. Dr. Strode tailors your treatment to meet your specific needs with 3 convenient locations in Olathe, Overland Park, and Spring Hill. Strode Orthodontics is ready to give you the beautiful smile you've always wanted. Call for your free no-obligation consultation, 913-491-3400, or visit StrodeOrtho.com.
What would happen if I had to pick up the phone, call 911 for one of my family members or one of my neighbors? What would I do if no one was on the other end to respond? What if there was no 911? You can be a part of the solution.
Anybody can be a firefighter, male, female, younger, older.
We have school teachers, we have leaders in business.
Is me, you, anyone that wants to be.
There is no typical firefighter.
Question: what will you find on all over-the-counter or OTC medicine packages to help you choose the right drug and use it safely? The answer: the drug facts label. This label lists the medicine's active ingredients and purpose, how much to take, and warnings you should know before using it. Remember, even OTC medicines you buy without a prescription can cause side effects you don't want. So follow the information listed on the drug facts label. For more information, visit fda.gov/drug facts label. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
And just like that, ready to go here. First pitch coming up in a matter of moments here. Johnson County versus Cowley County. Coming up here on Johnson County Sports Live as we switch it over to our center field camera here. Your first due up for Cowley, it'll be Goji, Curry, and Tennant. Anyone gets on, it'll be Pellet in the cleanup spot, and they will take on Brielle D in the circle today for Johnson County. Brielle comes in overall record of 5-4. This is her 13th appearance on the season, her 12th start. She has pitched 8 complete games coming into today, 62 and 2/3 innings pitched, a 4.58 ERA, 42 strikeouts compared to 18 walks. The strikeouts have been inflating for her as of late. She has been really feeling herself. She last got to start against Labette. She went 4 2/3, 7 hits, 4 runs given up, all in 1 inning. That did bring her out of the game a little bit earlier, but then we know outside of that, those about month, 3 or 4 starts before that game against Labette, she was really humming along. In fact, that loss against Labette, that snapped a 4-game winning streak she had of pitching, and all of those games were complete games as well. 25 strikeouts compared to 5 walks in her last 5 starts.
Yeah, and that walk to strikeout ratio is outstanding.
1.63 whip for Brielle D on the season. As we will get this one started with Goji digging in. Righty versus lefty matchup right out of the box. As Brielle D will fire the first pitch in off the plate for ball 1. First pitch coming across at 1:55 p.m. So getting started a little bit earlier today, but why wait when you got 2 of the top teams in the conference ready to play? Umpires showed up. We're ready to play ball. That one gets the outer part of the zone, so 1-1 count now to Goji. One of the 6 returning sophomores from the team a year ago. Cowley, winners of 40-plus games in back-to-back seasons. Looking to get their way back to the national tournament for the first time since 2018. 1-1 from D is swung on, and it's going to roll right in front of her. Going to be a close play at first, but the toss is in time to Aspen Burgart. Goji will go back to the dugout. First out here as we get things started in the top of the first.
Number 5, Brenna Curry.
Both teams perfect so far in conference play, 4-0, part of a 4-way tie for first place right now. So winner of this doubleheader, especially if either team's able to sweep, that could be a huge beneficiary for them as we go forward. Other 2 teams tied in that 4-way tie got Kansas City, Kansas, and Neosho County. That one foul tip. No balls, 2 strikes.
Got her down on the count. Make her hit your pitch.
For Bree Curry, 375 average, 15 RBIs this season. Looking to get the party started for Cowley. Here's the 0-2 from D. She also makes contact. Roller on the right side. Jefferson to Burgart. 2 up, 2 down. Here in the first for the Tigers.
Jaylee's so smooth with that transfer from her glove to her hand, making that throw over there quickly. Nicely done.
Traditionally, the starting shortstop from last season, her and Izzy Carter, who Carter started at second base last year. They've made the switch. The middle part of the infield still just as strong as ever for head coach Aubrey Bratton-Volkins and this Johnson County coaching staff. And for the pitching staff, too. Everybody involved. It's great when you can have 2 middle infielders like Carter and Jefferson on your squad.
Yeah, those middle infielders can be a pitcher's best friend.
Now to Taverly Tennant. How big she has been, a sophomore transfer coming in from Oregon State, a native of Ark City, Kansas. She did not appear in any games last year for the Oregon State Beavers. So she transferred back home, has been huge for Cowley this season. A massive batting average of .479, slugging at .927, 20-plus extra base hits, and leads the conference with 50 RBIs already.
Be careful with this young lady. Yeah, that's just
that's a two-out knock out in the left.
Yep.
And she is going to be a force to be reckoned with here today. Imagine it's going to be the first of many today for Taverly Tennant. She keeps the top half of the first going here for Cowley after the first two were set aside.
Well, important for Dee to keep runners off base that's in front of her in the batting lineup, because she's an RBI machine.
So now it goes to Pellet in the cleanup spot. It's her and Tennant, number 1 and 2. Tennant with 50 RBIs. Pellet right behind her in conference with 36 through 32 games, going into game number 33 this afternoon. Next pitch, got her to swing through it there. Evens the count, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Dee using that inside part of the plate. Nice pitch. In on her hands.
1-1 to Pellet, and going for second base and going to slide in safely is
Got
Tennant.
her. She slid
did she
past
come
the
off the bag? She did. She came off the bag. Nicely done at keeping the tag applied. And that is how the top of the first comes to an end. Man, she beat the throw there, no doubt, but slid. Momentum taking her a little bit too far forward. Good job from behind the dish. Maddie Murray able to put it on her. Tag is applied, and that will wrap it up for Cowley. Still looking for our first run. Cavalier bats coming up for the first time this afternoon. So it was nicely done, as Tennant was trying to steal second base and she was in there. Only problem is she slid off the bag. Good awareness by Izzy Carter, the shortstop for Johnson County, to keep the tag on her. As soon as she came off the bag, and call her out. So Brielle D pitches a scoreless top half of the first inning. Now we move along to the Cavaliers' first chance. Izzy Carter, Jaylee Jefferson, Reagan Knight. So this has been a lineup that has been pretty consistent for Johnson County over the past handful of doubleheaders, especially coming into conference play.
And now when you make a sparkling play in the field, it's nice to lead off the inning.
That's usually how it works.
Yep.
First pitch low for a ball. It is Micah Van, the left-handed pitcher out here today for Cowley.
Lefty against lefty.
Even count, 1 ball, 1 strike to Carter. Micah Van into this game, a 2.99 ERA, a 12-4 record already. 96 total innings pitched.
That's a stellar ERA.
99 strikeouts to just 26 walks, as that one is pulled hard but foul up the first base line. Izzy Carter waited on just that another split second, able to tuck it inside that chalk line. That's easily a leadoff double, if not a triple. Izzy Carter definitely has some great speed.
Yeah.
hence why she's up here in the leadoff spot for Johnson County.
First two batters in this lineup have excellent speed.
Is he tied for the team lead with 2 triples, has an on-base percentage at .440. And you mentioned right behind her, Jaylee Jefferson, also with 2 triples, on base at .472. For Jaylee Jefferson, the future Pitt State Gorilla. Here's the payoff pitch. It's rolled over, and that will leak out in the right field. So it's a leadoff single for Izzy Carter. Coming close was Goji over there at second. Just couldn't get over to it in time.
CNI ground ball, we'll take it.
And that's a solid at-bat to lead it off here for Johnson County against Micah Van.
Jaylee's job is to move this runner in scoring position. Let's see if they put anything on here. Both runners with good, or both players with good speed. Yep, she put it on.
Van collects, easy toss over to first in time. Small ball, like you mentioned, Denny. We're seeing it early on here.
Sacrifice bunt.
Third baseman, number 4, Reagan Neitzel.
Good bunt by Jefferson there. Sacrificing herself to move that runner in scoring position.
So pretty good pitch to get a bunt down on as well.
Yes.
Another chance, Reagan Neitzel. Starting at third base today for Johnson County. He takes a first pitch strike. 376 average, slugging at 753. Leads the team in hits at 32 total. Including 7 home runs, 28 RBIs. Number 29 in scoring position currently. She swings and misses as a high heater. Behind the count here, 0-2.
That ball was way inside.
Had a little grin on her face, getting out of the box, knowing who, man.
Glad that didn't hit me.
Van had her fooled. What's she going to do on an 0-2? And another one, soft contact, and will take it herself. Unassisted put out for Sadlin at first base. Another advancement for Izzy Carter. She's up to third, but with 2 outs, is going to take a hit from the cleanup hitter, Janelle Lang. Starting center fielder today for the Cavaliers.
Like to get those runners home from third any way you can.
Lang trying to come through with the big hit. First pitch she sees from Van is in for a strike.
Find a hole.
And now 3 of 11 with a double. 3 runs scored in conference play so far. Has struck out 4 times. Drawn 3 walks. Swings and misses at that one, and again, Van is ahead 0-2.
Yeah, had Janelle fooled on that one.
And worth noting here, too, so far, even though Izzy Carter is on base, been fairly soft contact thus far. Only 4 batters in. 0-2 from Van, and it's a 3-pitch strikeout.
Can't take that with 2 strikes.
So both teams get 1 runner aboard, not able to bring them home. We head to the second, no score. Both pitchers in that first inning, about 13 pitches apiece, still looking for our first run. It'll be Pellet to lead us off here in the top of the second. She was at bat when Tennant got caught stealing and end things in the top of the first. Here's Sienna Pellet. They call her Yaya. It's got to be nice for a batter when you kind of get a she saw a good couple pitches from Brielle D there in the bottom of the
Yep.
first, and now gets to come back clean slate, top of the second. 1-0 is chopped, and foul ball is called. And this one,
nice
Jefferson not able to keep it in the infield. It's a leadoff single. There's Yana Pellet is aboard for the Tigers.
Time for that 6-4-3 double play.
And number 1, Jamie Molina.
Now to Molina. And one of the 6 returning sophomores of this Cowley team from last season, 40-plus wins. Leadoff man aboard for Cowley. Cavaliers had the leadoff man aboard in the bottom of the first with Izzy Carter. She made her way all the way over to third and was
small ball.
unable to come home. One
think-
attempt goes foul.
I think both managers think that runs are going to be at a premium here. You get runners on, they're going to try and move them over.
Both head coaches, Aubrey Bratton Volkins for the Cavaliers, Coach Hoyt for the Tigers, very well familiar with one another.
I give them both promotions to manager.
There you go. Going to try to put the bunt down again, and that one goes foul as well, so that will take that out of the equation. Infield can play back a little bit deeper for Johnson County here.
Let's get a well-struck ground ball at a middle infielder here.
Pellet, another sophomore transfer for the Tigers, coming over from Northeast Oklahoma Enid College, home of the Jets. Three total sophomore transfers this season for Cowley. Here's the 0-2 from D, and that one is popped up into the outfield. Kalarick settles under it and brings it in. Had a couple of steps off the first base bag. Maybe wanting to threaten to tag up was Pellet, but she retreats back.
She'd have been gunned down had she gone.
I think that's pretty well safe to say. Wasn't the furthest hit ball out into right, and Kalarick's got a pretty decent arm out there. Order moves down to Scanlon. Off the plate, that first pitch from D. Paige Scanlon, an average of 352, slugging at 659. 25 total RBIs, including 5 doubles, 2 triples, 6 home runs. Chopper up the middle. This could be an easy play. Second for one across the first in time. There's your 6-3 double play, Denny.
That'll work. I'll take it.
And that will get the Cavaliers out of the top of the second. 3 runners stranded, 2 for Cowley thus far, and we are still scoreless here in Overland Park. Taylor May bounce ball up the middle. Room service double play, like you called it, Denny. 6-3. Izzy Carter able to wrap up the top of the second. Cavalier bats back up here with Maddie Murray. Lead it off, Aspen Burghardt, Lily Hands. The first pitch from Van is just out of the zone as she asked the home plate umpire where exactly was that. Really wanted that first pitch strike.
Oh, had her fooled badly.
It's the second time now we've seen her kind of come in and upstairs with that pitch. We saw Reagan Neitzel fooled on a pitch very similar to that, and she does the same here with Maddie Murray.
A little bit of an off-speed pitch there.
Van delivers the 1-1. Off the plate as well. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, Van's really wanting that outside corner, but just a bit outside.
Murray's been playing well so far. 4 games in conference play. Is 3-5, 600 average, 2 doubles, 1 home run, 3 RBIs. Leading the team thus far in on-base percentage and slugging at .573 and .887 respectfully.
That looked like the same pitch, but it must have just got a corner. It's on the black, as they say.
2 balls, 2 strikes to count now.
Oh.
So she got strikeout number 100 on the season in the bottom of the first, and she starts the bottom of the second with strikeout 101. A swing and a miss from Maddie Murray.
Has Aspen hit a home run yet? She has, hasn't
Yes,
she?
Aspen has hit a home run. She's had 4 of them this season.
It'd be good time for number 5 right here.
Coming in a hit in 7 of her last 10 games. Should be a pretty good battle here between her and Van. She gets started with the first pitch ball. Has been 4 of 9, 2 doubles, an RBI, 4 walks, 1 strikeout in conference play.
Oh, she had to rip. That was her pitch to foul it straight back.
We mentioned that little slump she had going into the Cavalier Triangular, and since that, she's gone 12 of 26, 6 doubles, 1 home run, and 9 total RBIs. She's seeing the ball better at the plate as well. She struck out 18 times in the first 17 games, and she's only had struck out twice in her last 9 games so far.
That means she's seeing the ball well.
That's it. What you had mentioned when she was going into that little slump, that she was just coming up and was going ambush tactics, wasn't really seeing the ball fully coming into the plate, not seeing it well. It seems to have made that adjustment and has been better over the last 3 weeks or so.
She had another wicked rip. She barrels one of those up, it's going out of here.
Count now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Van looking for 3 straight strikeouts. 2-2 is off the plate. Payoff pitch is coming up next in a 3-2 count. Van second in the conference with wins at 12. Also second in total strikeouts now at 101. Just behind Alyssa Droege, the star-studded sophomore from Kansas City, Kansas, and make that 3 strikeouts in a row now. Back-to-back to start this bottom of the second. She's retired Murray and Burkhart, 2 of the most dangerous hitters of the Johnson County lineup, and now goes to Lily Hands, a designated player. And outside of that leadoff single, nobody else has been able to get aboard safely against Micah Van. Hands the best batting average on this Cavalier squad at .490. Swings and misses at the first pitch. Getting a lot of swings and misses early here in the first 2 innings of work for Micah Van Denny.
I really think that might be a rise ball because it's really fooling all the hitters.
Just gets a piece, fouled on top of the net, and a strike away.
It's the same pitch.
Three hits in 4 conference games so far for Lily Hands, 2 of those for doubles. And with 5 RBIs also attached to those. Nobody aboard for her here. 2 gone in the bottom of the second. Another pitch that goes high.
She's seen 3 of them now.
It's been a pretty steady diet of those pitches elevated in the zone so far for Van.
Mm-hmm.
1-2 pitch.
There
Solid
you go.
hit. That'll get out for a 2-out knock, and it's going to try to stretch it into a double. Rolls all the way to the wall, and she will be in with a stand-up 2-out double.
Big double.
That ends the streak of 3 straight strikeouts for Micah Van, and again for Johnson County. A hit away from potentially scoring the first run of the game. 2 gone here at the bottom of the second, and a big spot for Katie Kalarick, the freshman right fielder.
Hands with decent speed out there. A little knock should get her home.
And a pop fly on the first pitch she sees out into right field, under it, and brings it in. And again, Johnson County will strand a runner on base. Both teams 2 runners left aboard. We head to the third. 0-0 between the Tigers and the Cavaliers. Back here on the campus of Johnson County Community College in Overland Park, Kansas. Another overcast Thursday afternoon, but still a nice day for a softball doubleheader. That's exactly what we're doing, playing 2 on Johnson County Sports Live. I'm Dylan Funk alongside my broadcast partner, Dennis Drennan. Still looking for our first run here, opening things up in the top of the 3rd inning. A first pitch strike from Brielle D. Arredondo, Sandlin, and Nuno, 7, 8, 9. Bottom half due up in this inning for Cowley.
When you have 2 good pitchers like this opposing each other, defense is at a premium here. You've got to back up your pitcher with good defense. I mean, you need to do that all the time, but in a pitcher's duel, you really need to be solid defensively. You can't give anything away.
Which we've seen instances from both of these head coaches in these teams so far of having a runner on and trying to put a bunt down.
Yes.
Sacrifice play, move a runner over, try to get them home.
That's typically what you see when you have 2 good pitchers on the mound. Runs are probably going to be at a premium.
1-2 from D. Can't get her to chase. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Arredondo. There's Arredondo, the sophomore. Another transfer in from last year. 345 average. 20 RBI, 7 doubles, a triple, 3 home runs. So looking to get another leadoff hit here for Cowley as that one will roll foul, and I think that one got her off the top of the foot. Comes out of that batter's box a little gingerly. Looks like grimace on her face, but she'll dig back in, and another 2-2 pitch looming from Brielle D.
If we ever get a chance, partner, we ought to talk to the coach about the NIL portal, what she thinks of it now. It's quite a deal. I mean, at every level of college sports.
This one stays fair. Neitzel takes it. Easy throw across. 1 up, 1 down here, top of the 3rd. Well, I think the latest ruling, as far as JUCO athletes are considered, I believe it was passed that you can spend your 2 years of eligibility, and if you transfer to an NCAA school, that you still remain your 4 years of eligibility there.
You still keep it.
I believe that was the thing that was gaining a lot of momentum. I believe it was passed, and it is going to be forward in motion here over the next few years.
So NIL isn't a factor here at Johnson County?
Don't believe so.
Okay.
Don't believe it's
just D1?
as big of a thing. Yeah. NCAA, solid hit, but an atom ball right at Kalarick and right. 2 up, 2 down here in the 3rd. I know one thing for certain with NIL, it definitely has changed the landscape of college athletics all around.
Well, you have top coaches, like Alabama coach and Jay Wright from Villanova, just getting out of it.
Nick Saban, you're talking about?
Yeah, they got out of it because they didn't want to deal with NIL. And Coach Self at Kansas is kind of struggling with it after this year too.
It's all about as the landscape is changing. You either adapt or you move, you get left behind.
Survival of the fittest.
So Nuno in the 9th spot. Solid hit. Lang, can you get there in time?
She thought
does
about
not.
it, but actually a good play there to keep her at first.
She did think about diving forward for it, but instead stays on her feet, because if she dives for that, it gets by her. And I think even if she was diving for it, it would be a really big stretch for her to bring that in. So nicely done there, just to hold it to a 2-out single instead of a 2-out extra base hit.
Good decision right there.
So now back to the top of the order now with Goji.
She grounded out to the pitcher her last time up.
Johnson County in defense will take another one of those right here. 1-0 outside part of the zone, in for a called strike. Cowley coming off a doubleheader against Butler Community College in the KJCCC Conference in Division I, where they ended up leaving 11 total base runners stranded between the two games, including 9 in the first game against the Grizzlies. They've left 2 stranded here thus far against Johnson County, as have the Cavaliers.
Nice off-speed pitch right there by D. Had her fooled.
D ahead in the count again, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runner at first, 2 gone, top of the 3rd inning. Here's the pitch from D. Low and away, Neitzel blocking it, but it gets away from her to her right, and that will allow an easy advance up to second for Nuno. So for Maddie Murray, the catcher did everything she could, trying to keep that in front of her. Didn't go to the backstop, but ricocheted enough far over to her right.
Yep.
Now a hit could score. 2-2. Right back up the middle. It's going to go to Lang out in center. Here comes a throw home, and a 1-bounce hop. Nice dart from center from Janelle Lang.
Good throw by Janelle there.
Holds the runner at the corner. But the Tigers have something brewing here in the top of the 3rd with 2 gone. Now to Bree Curry, starting in center field. So 0 for 1 today.
Cavs need to buckle down here and try and keep this a scoreless game. Nice pitch.
Curry with a ground out to Jefferson at second base in her first at bat. D looking to slam the door on the Tigers here. 2 aboard at the corners. In a 0-0 ball game, 2 outs, top of the 3rd inning. Looking to strike first. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
Good pitch. Got her down 0-2 now. Let's see if you can put her away.
LD, what a time it would be for her first strikeout today. Already 3 for Van. Here's the 0-2, and that strikeout's not going to come, but it's right to Carter. Tosses it to Jefferson. Force play at second. Runner does not score. 2 more runners stranded. Nicely done for Brielle D to get out of the 2 aboard, 2 out jam. Bottom of the 3rd coming up in a scoreless ball game. Zero ball game, bottom of the 3rd. We move along on Johnson County Sports Live. Haley Bryant in the lineup today, starting out in left field. Great to see her back here, working her way back from that had an injury that sidelined her for the last about 14 games. She started 9 of the first 10 games of the year. She then went on to miss 14 of the next games. That was roughly over a 32-day stretch. Out tip on top of the net behind him to count 0-2 to Micah Van.
One of the better defensive outfielders for the Cavaliers. Good to see her back in the lineup.
Starting in left field today, Janelle Lang still handling orders out in center. We saw Bryant on in a pinch runner situation in the second game against Labette last Thursday. And got the start at designated player in the second game against Cloud County that last Saturday 5 days ago. She strikes out looking here. Another 3-pitch strikeout from Micah Van. She's got 4 on the day. Back to Izzy Carter, top of the order.
Izzy singled but was stranded at third her last time up.
In for a called strike. One of the few lefty versus lefty matchups we'll have in this lineup today. Carter 5 for 12 in conference play coming into today with a triple, 4 RBIs, and has 3 stolen bases.
Izzy can find another hole here and give Jaylee a chance at an RBI.
The 2-1 from Van. Inside, pops it up out into center, charging in, and squeezes it for the out. That's Curry.
Second baseman, number 2, Jaylee Jefferson.
Got to get a pretty good read off that off the bat. Curry running in the whole entire way and able to bring it in. Could have been a bloop single. Instead, it's 2 gone. Another at bat for Jaylee Jefferson. Put down a sac bunt back in the first inning. That moved Carter off the leadoff single into scoring position at second base. So a swing and a miss here.
No official at bat yet for Jaylee.
Jaylee was huge in the doubleheader last year against Cowley. Johnson County took both games 4-3 and 15-7. Rushing across, she went 3 of 8 with a home run at 6 RBIs. That was a huge doubleheader sweep for the Cavaliers at that time.
Kidding.
And she pops this one up into foul ground, chasing after it and able to bring it in. That's Goji, the second baseman. And we've got 3 in the books so far here in the first games. Tigers 0, Cavaliers 0. We head to the top of the fourth and still looking for our first runner. And if you're Cowley, I think this is almost exactly who you'd want to lead off an inning here with Taverly Tennant.
Well, and I think if you're the Johnson County Cavaliers, you want her leading off an inning so there's no runners on in front of her. She is an RBI machine.
She had a single in her last at bat. There were 2 gone in the inning. Real D was close to a 1-2-3 top half of the first, but it was a 2-out single from Tennant and then got caught stealing. Even though she was into the bag safely, going up from first to second base, she slid past the bag, came off of it. It was a wise play by Izzy Carter at short to keep the tag on her, so when she came off the bag, She was called out. Yeah, no doubt she jumped it in time, and she was there in time to steal the bag, but I'm not officially aware if down in Arc City on the playing surface that Cowley plays on, if it's natural dirt or if it's the turf like there is here at Johnson County, but it does make a difference when you're running and sliding, Denny, of how far your momentum will take you forward on the different playing surfaces.
I've only slid on dirt. I wouldn't know, partner.
2-1. Murray trying to frame it, not getting the call from the home plate umpire. 3 balls, 1 strike to Tennant.
I know dirt will certainly give you a strawberry if you don't have sliding pants on.
The solid welt or a bruise for those that might not be familiar back at home. 3-1, and she gets on with the walk.
Catcher number 2, Chrisana Pellet.
So Tennant aboard, that brings Pellet up right behind her.
She singled her last time up, but was stranded at first. We could use another double play here.
Small ball again, pulls back on the bunt to throw to the bag at second, and they go back to first. If you throw that to first.
Yeah, you throw behind her, I think you have her.
You had the chance to have her out there or at least get her in a pickle and a rundown, and maybe get the out that way. And Murray throws to the bag at second.
So far, Tennant's not showing good base running skills.
Well, that's going to cue a time. That's the head coach for the Tigers. Jenny Hoyt is he's handling the calling over there on the third base side. She wanted a quick meeting, talking over with Tennant and the hitter Pellet. Pretty cool story for Jenny Hoyt. She's the 6th head coach for Cowley. Her softball program history has been there for a number of years. She's also a former player back in the 2007 season. She played in her final home game in that same year, April 29th, and she hit her first and only home run of her career as a Lady Tiger in her final at bat at home.
Good job digging out that nugget.
Yeah. Bunt, Neitzel charges nicely out over
Nicely
first.
Done.
I was just waiting for an opportunity to bring that up. I was reading up on our head coaches today. I got a good nugget for head coach Aubrey Bratton-Volkins as well. Man, just how can you not be romantic about sports in your final at bat? You haven't hit a home run your entire collegiate career, in your final at bat, in your final home game.
Yeah, something
you put it over the wall.
Yeah, that's a storybook ending.
And has come back and has coached at Cowley too. Led the Tigers to back-to-back 40-plus win seasons, multiple trips to the national championship tournament. Looking to get back for the first time since 2018. The Tigers last year were close, and 40-plus wins on the year. They had a 16-game winning streak going into the doubleheader last year against Johnson County. It was about late April, early May. And part of that doubleheader sweep the Cavaliers had, that was part of the Tigers losing 7 of their last 10 games, dropped them out of the top 25. And they went into the Region 6 tournament in Topeka limping a little bit. They had a first-round matchup against Kansas City, Kansas Community College. The Blue Devils made a good run and eliminated the Tigers, beating them 6-2. And Cowley did not get a bid, an at-large bid, for the national tournament. So it was a great season. They were one of the best teams in Division II and had a great start, but a rough finish. They ended up keeping them out of the national tournament. As another meeting this time, it'll be Aubrey Bratton-Volkins, the head coach for Johnson County, in the circle for the Cavaliers, talking it over with their infield. It's a 2-0 count currently. And to settle down with Brielle D. Don't let this inning get too far away from her.
Yeah, you don't want to get behind these hitters. They're good hitters.
Molina 0 for 1 on the day. She
Fly out to right.
A fly ball out to right field. Jamie Molina this season, 302 average, 17 RBIs, 29 total hits, 10 doubles, 4 home runs. And that one will get up over the netting onto the concourse. Foul ball, 2 balls, 1 strike.
Cavalier infielders playing at their normal depth.
Right up the middle, Carter saves it, and it gets away from her. It ends up in the outfield nonetheless.
And
that'll allow Tennant to come in to score the first run of the game. Tigers take the lead 1-0.
Yeah, she almost saved a run there.
Left field, number 7, Paige Scanlon.
So I'd imagine goes down, infield single.
Yep.
Carter doing everything she could with that. It was going to leak up the middle. It was going to go into center. Carter dives for it, almost had it in her glove. It came out and made its way into right field. Jefferson trying to keep it on this one hard line, and it's off the glove of Reagan Neitzel on a hard bounce.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Back-to-back infield singles for the Tigers.
Designated player, number 20.
Game of inches. She's able to snag that. They at least get one of those outs.
Momentum building up here for the Tigers. Breaking pitch in for a cold strike to Erdano.
She grounded out to third her last time up. We'll take one of those there, step on the bag, and throw it to first.
Oh, 2. I'll tell you that last hit from Scanlon over to Neitzel at third base, that was on a rope too, and it was just kind of self-defense tactics by Reagan, trying to at least keep that ball in front of her, maybe have a throw over to first base, but it went over her head, off her glove, and out into left field to Haley Bryant. Back-to-back leadoff singles, or infield singles, for the Tigers to bring in their first run of the game here in the top of the first inning. Fourth inning, my goodness, what is wrong with me? One's all over the place. Rolls foul. Looking for an out at the plate. Here's the 1-2. Another solid hit. This one out into right. Will they send the runner around? They will not. Another good job getting it in. Caleric to Murray, but the bases will be loaded. And all that positive momentum is building up here for Cowley.
Yeah, and only one out for the Cavs, too.
This could be a big hit here. Could really bust this game open. As this appears to be, this could be the end of the line for Brielle D. Right now sitting at 3 1/3, just 1 earned run given up.
And she's pitched to Jim so far.
Yeah, and I think they're going to go to Elsa Carrillo, and they will. Carrillo, the only Cavalier who has accounted for a save this season. Also one of the better starters, too. She's going to come in on a tough task. She's going to inherit a bases-loaded jam. Still needs 2 outs to get out of this inning. Trying to keep the damage at just 1 run coming across for Cowley as we step aside. Elsa Carrillo should be the one to come on. The final line from Brielle D, 7 hits, 1 run given up, 1 walk, no strikeouts, and she will be responsible for all 3 runners on board right now. Bases loaded, Ardano at first, Scanlon at second, Molina at third. And it brings Sandlin into the box now, the 8-hole hitter for Cowley. Starting at first base today. 0 for 1, and the first pitch she sees from Carrillo in for a called strike.
Middle infielders at double play depth. They will concede a run for 2.
Carrillo, 1.57 whip, 44 strikeouts, 18 walks coming into today. 49 total innings pitched. A freshman out of Free State High School in Lawrence, Kansas.
Strikeout here would be huge for the Cavaliers.
14th total appearance for on the year. 7th time coming on in relief. 0-2, and that one upstairs. So
that was a good pitch, though, to try and make her chase that high one.
It was close to a 3-pitch strikeout. We'll have to keep working here. Potential big inning looming here for the Tigers. Carrillo trying to slam the door. Here's the 1-2. And that one is fair. Neitzel coming home to the dish and got it in time on a slight bobble and made it close. Neitzel, great job keeping it in front of her. And the Cavaliers get the out at home plate on the fielder's choice. And now for Carrillo and the Cavaliers, and out away. And getting out of this bases loaded jam. Goes to the 9-hole hitter, Nuno, 1 for 1. Takes the first pitch strike. Here's one she singled out into center on a ball that Janelle Lang almost laid out for, but with 2 gone in an inning, decided to let it bounce in front of her and just hold it to a 2-out single. Big spot here for the 9-hole hitter for the Cowley Tigers.
And a big batter for Carrillo. Needs to get her here. Cavaliers get out of this with only giving up 1 run. That's going to be huge.
Carrillo is tied for the team lead in strikeouts with 44. With Jalen Lavers. And Brielle D coming into today was at 42. Just off the plate there, 3-1.
That was a close one. Oh, man, now she's in danger of walking in a run.
Gonna challenge her here on this 3-1 pitch. Here it comes. Fouled away into the net. 3-2 count, nowhere to put her, bases loaded. What a spot. Don't envy Elsa Carrillo very much in this particular situation. Neither for Nuno either, not so very easy for a hitter either. When a hit can break the game open, a strikeout or an out can. And this one goes off the glove of Carrillo, and that's going to score another run. Oh, Elsa had the third and final out in her hand, and it just goes out. So a second comes in to score for Cowley. It's Scanlon from third. 2-0 now, Tigers. Going back to the top of the order now with Goji, 3rd time through. Oh, man.
Yeah, that one hurt.
You're just seeing the frustration on Carrillo's face, too, and she felt like she had the 3rd and final out, should have squeezed it. That would have been huge, just keeping the damage to 1 and leaving the bases loaded. Instead, a second comes in, room to do more damage. Goji takes a ball there, 1 ball, 1 strike. Goji a 1 for 2 day, ground out in the first, and she singled on a line drive to center, her second at bat. Slapped and goes foul off the top of the Johnson County dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes, a strike away from getting out of it. Even keeping the damage here to just 2 runs would be very big for Johnson County. Avoid the big monster inning of Cowley. 1-2 coming from Carrillo. Low and away, can't chase, 2-2. with how well Micah Van has pitched today for Cowley, if she goes out there with 3 or more runs and run support, it could very well make things almost impossible for Johnson County. It's going to put them in a very, very tough spot. 2-2 slapped, and that drops down. Haley Bryant dives out for it, and it's going to roll all the way to the corner, and it's going to clear the bases. Sliding into third safely is Goji. She brings them all home for the Tigers as they bust this game open 5-0. And
if you're going to dive for that ball, you got to make sure you can catch it.
And Bryant, we mentioned missing time, 30-plus days, 14 straight games. She got her first start this past Saturday, 5 days ago, at Cloud County as the designated player, so she was not out playing in the field. This is her first official start in the outfield since coming back from injury. And a tough play out there in left, diving out for it. It gets by her, rolls all the way to the wall, clears the bases for Cowley. It is now a 5-0 ball game, all with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. A big crooked spot for the Tigers. And Denny, I defer this over to you. How are you? You put that down as a triple, or is that a single two-base there?
She dove for it and never touched it, so it's got to be a triple.
Starts Curry with the first pitch strike, does Carrillo. And the count now 0-2. And how close. It was just 1 run with 2 gone. It was a 3-2 count on a liner that came back to Elsa Carrillo, and the ball was in her glove. It ricocheted out at the last seconds. Kept the inning alive, and then that bases clearing triple from Goji makes it a 5-0 ball game. The initial 3 runners that were on with the bases loaded will be tagged to Brielle D. Carrillo is just responsible for the 1. I got aboard, gets a swing and miss strikeout, but too little, too late. 5 spot put up by the Tigers. They take control as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Goal for Johnson County, down 5-0. Sure, to them it has felt like a year since they've been up to bat last, but here they come now, bottom of the 4th inning.
That was a long half inning.
And with how well of a groove that Micah Van has been in, 3 scoreless frames to start this game, and now she comes here in the bottom of the 4th with 5 runs of support. Puts the Cavaliers in a very, very tough position. Pulled early, but foul. So that'll get into the Johnson County bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Murray. Or to Reagan Neitzel, excuse me. Yep. I feel like the bats they use and the stances might be just a little similar. I don't know why that always throws me off. 1-1 to Neitzel. 2-1 now. It's Neitzel, Lang, and Murray. Maddie Murray not too far behind. Any of them get on. Burgart in the cleanup spot. 3, 4, and 5 part of the order due up. First 3 here. Skied up, and now get out of play our way. 2 balls, 2 strikes on the count. That 5-run top of the 4th, it saw Brielle D get the hook out of the game, and Elsa Carrillo coming in, a total of 36 pitches between the two.
Well, they almost batted around. Well, they did actually bat around. 9 players coming to the plate. That's going to get down.
And that's big, a leadoff single.
That's huge.
So there's no such thing as a 5-run swing in this sport. But the only way you can score and answer with a potential 5 spot in an inning is you got to start with that first hit. That's exactly what Reagan Neitzel does there.
Yeah, you need base runners. I don't look for a bunt here. You need base runners and runs.
I think small ball on the part of Johnson County. You can pretty much set that to the wayside right now.
Yeah, you need a big inning.
Called strike here,
especially in the meat of your order. You want your big ones to hit.
Lane came up in I think it was the bottom of the first inning. Cavaliers had that first runner in scoring position, throw back to the bag, but Neitzel is back safely. And Lane had a 3-pitch strikeout, got caught looking.
Well, this is where you don't want to run yourself out of an inning if you're the Cavaliers. Don't do anything stupid on the base paths. Play station to station until you get caught up. She needs to take that ball to the right field if she sees it again.
One and 2 to count to Lang. Already 1 strikeout looking. 1-2, that's upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Neitzel still over at first. Sun's starting to try its best to peek out of the clouds here in Overland Park. It's been a very overcast day thus far.
Yes, I don't think it's going to last long.
Sun playing a little peekaboo. 2-2 is swung on and missed by Lang. Her second strikeout of the day. 1 looking, that 1 swinging.
Pitcher number 15, Maddie Murray.
See if Maddie Murray can pick her up here.
Also struck out swinging in her first at bat did Maddie Murray.
That's 5 strikeouts today for Van.
High fly ball right near the edge of the warning track, but not enough to leave the yard. It's Scanlon and left. Brings it in for Cowley. And the last 2 pitches for Van have resulted in the first 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. A swing and miss strike from Lang, and first pitch swinging on the can of corn out in the left field for Maddie Murray.
Those younger players at home, if you're watching, that was a nice way to play that ball in left field. She went back on the ball and was coming in to make the catch. That's how it's taught. You have your momentum coming forward if you need to make a throw.
Which traditionally, through pretty much most of the doubleheaders we have had here at home this season for Johnson County, the outfielders and just the defense in general have had to battle the wind at a lot of those games, where I would say we're coming into our 7th home doubleheader in the last 9 games, where I would say at least half of those have seen wind gusts of over 20 miles per hour, and some where gusts were even getting upwards of 40 miles per hour. Neitzel back safely again over at first. 2 balls, 1 strike to count to Aspen Burgart.
Need to see Aspen get a hold of one here.
And again today, the wind very calm, gusts of no more than 10 miles per hour throughout the day. Burgart in a big spot here. 2-1 count, 2 gone. Bottom of the 4th. Cavaliers trying to answer after seeing 5 come across for Cowley in the top half of the inning. It's now 3-1 to Aspen.
Look for a pitch in a spot.
Got Lily Hands, the designated player, on deck. Here's the 3-1 from Van. Swing and a miss. Fills the count up.
She had to swing there. Just missed it.
Payoff pitch. I believe this is the first time in this game the Cavaliers have had 2 base runners on at the same time. I believe. I defer that over to you. You got the better layout of your scorebook than the one that I have over here.
It is.
Just in memory. This will serve me right. It does that time.
The first time with 2 runners.
Billy hands and a pop up in the infield, and catcher and pitcher collide with each other, and it's Pellet that brings it in. And again, the Cavaliers, first time in the game, they had 2 base runners on, and they are not able to answer that 5 spot from Cowley. So we head to the top of the 5th inning, 5-0, Tigers in control. On to the top of the 5th, Cavaliers made Micah Van dispose 18 more pitches in that bottom of the 4th. As this is a solid hit out into center, and it has gone over the wall. First pitch swinging on a home run. Elsa Carrillo gives it up. The Cavalier Tennant, you mentioned she's a dangerous hitter. That's her 9th long ball of the season. And the solo shot makes it 6-0. So back to the point you mentioned, Denny, as there's some nice teamwork done there at home plate. All 3 times the Cavaliers have seen her come to the plate now, or if that's her 4th at bat, I won't make sure.
3rd time.
I believe her third time up. She's now 2 for 2, the single and a home run. But all 3 times that she has come up to the plate, there's been nobody on base for Cowley. But she just adds on there as the Tigers have now scored 6 unanswered. Now a high pitch here from Elsa Carrillo. That was definitely some Big 12 power there. The transfer from Oregon State, or I guess I should say still part of the Pac-12 is officially the Oregon State Beavers. Yeah. With all the college realignment and everything. They were one of, I believe, the only team. It was them and Washington State were the only ones that stayed in the Pac-12. Everybody else either went to the Big 10 or the Big 12. That was one. As soon as it was leaving the bat at Tennant, it was pretty much no doubt.
Tennant knew it too, because she didn't go screaming out of the box. She kind of trotted up the line and
into her home run
admired
trot.
her work.
Well, you being a former ball player yourself and know when you get a hold of one and send it over the wall, it's a pretty nice feeling to just kind of drop the bat.
It is.
Nowadays, kids, they like to throw in a little bat flip.
You didn't do that back in the day when I played. You'd wear the pitch next time you got up.
Swing and miss coming upstairs. There's a big out number 1. Second strikeout for Elsa Carrillo. The last 3 batters she's faced, the one in between, that solo home run from Cavalier Tennant.
Yeah, I'd like to see them do that against Nolan Ryan or Bob Gibson.
You talking about a bat flip?
Yeah.
I imagine, yeah. Well. Now to Molina. 1 for 2 to fly out and a single.
Well, Pedro Martinez pitched for the Yankees in the Red Sox, he was big on hitting players. I think it was in that. I think it was in that series that the comeback, wasn't it? When Martinez asked, "Who do you want to hit?"
Yeah. Okay, I know who you're talking about. Against the Yankees.
Against the Yankees, yeah. Who do you want to hit? Asked one of his players that got hit. Said, "Who do you want to get hit?" They hit Jeter too. That's who it was.
Well,
Paige Scanlon.
it's kind of how it went back in the days of someone targets you, we're going to send one right back, and that was the way it was. Still, I think there's a little part of that still in the
there is
Major League game still to this day. First pitch strike taken at the knees. This is Paige Scanlon, also working on a 1-for-2 day, the ground out and a single. This was that part of the order in the top of the 4th inning that saw those 5 runs coming in to score. The Tigers did end up batting around, going low and away, chasing that pitch, just fouling it off the end of the bat. Carrillo definitely had her fooled on that one. Oh, 2 pitch is got her looking, and a throw to the bag at first. She's back in time, but put a backwards K in the scorebook. That will retire Scanlon. Now Ezra Arredondo back in. If I sound like a broken record, not meaning to, but also 1-for-2 today. The ground out and a single.
Yep.
Got a lot of 1-for-2 ground out and singles so far for these Bengal Cats, didn't he?
Yeah, we do. And one big 3-run RBI triple.
Yeah. That was from Goji,
the leadoff batter.
And to add on, Taverly Tennant was...
He said it was high.
Taverly Tennant wanted in on some of the fun in the 4th, but wasn't able to, so she led off the top of the 5th with a solo home run out in center.
Carrillo wanted that pitch, and I don't blame her. Same pitch.
Called strike. It did not really change very much as far as the part of the zone it went into, but that time it got the call.
That last pitch was so good it fooled the umpire.
So perhaps a makeup call from calling the other one a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. That gets the call as well. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. That low and away corner.
See if you can strike out the side here. That'd be nice. After giving up that home run and walk.
One more off the plate, 3-2. Murray did everything she could trying to frame it. See, many times when Murray has done her best trying to frame up a pitch, hasn't been able to get too many calls from umpires this season. A for effort nonetheless. Payoff pitch down the pipe, got her looking. Pair of strikeouts here for Elsa Carrillo, but one more run added for the Tigers on the solo shot from Taverly Tennant. Makes it 6 unanswered. Bengals with the lead into the bottom of the 5th.
Hey, you ready to go to my mom's?
Well, I can't go today. I have to mow. It's probably going to take all day.
Well, that's too bad. Don't work too hard.
Dixie Chopper. Speed when you need it.
See the full lineup at hersinc.net. Call 913-247-3530 or just stop on by.
For more than 20 years, Gherkin Rental has been the place to go to get the job done in eastern Kansas and western Missouri. With a huge selection of quality equipment, from roll-offs to trailers, telehandlers to generators, power washers to popcorn makers. Experienced equipment professionals and clean, well-maintained tools to help you get the job done right. the first time. Gherkin Rental. Stop by any of their 13 locations across the KC Metro or call 855-GHERKINS. That's 855-437-5367.
In the bottom of the 5th inning, Johnson County starting to run out of some time as they're looking up on that scoreboard. It's been goose eggs for them through all the first 4 innings thus far and down 6 runs. Thanks to that Cavaliers Tennant solo home run to center field in the top of the 5th. It was a 5 spot in the top of the 4th, 6 unanswered for Cowley. And still going strong is Micah Van. Continues to toe the rubber. Gets a called strike in there. This is Katie Kolaric, right fielder. Leading off 8-9-1 due up here for Johnson County with Haley Bryant on deck.
Katie flied out to right fielder last time up.
Gets a piece, fouls that one away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So with the solid performance from Van here in game 1, imagine it's going to be Ezra Arredondo that will get the start in the circle in game 2 of our doubleheader today. Could also be Aubrey Williams, a pair of sophomores there. Imagine it's going to be one of the two. As for Johnson County, Jalen Lavers or Elsa Carrillo. But imagine as that one goes over the head. No harm intended there. One just got away from Van. Over the head of Kolaric. 2 balls, 2 strikes now the count. As for Johnson County, their starter with Elsa Carrillo, she's been throwing a good amount of pitches here coming on in relief of Brielle D, who only made it 3 1/3 in her start today. So it could be Jalen Lavers handed the start if she wasn't already slotted to get the start. This has popped up in foul territory, and squeezing it in is Molina, the third baseman. Cavaliers have had a lot of that today. A lot of soft contact, fly balls,
pop outs.
Yep.
It's only been a couple of balls hit hard by the Cavs today.
That's it. Van doing her part, moving that ball around, not allowing the Cavaliers to get square up.
And she's getting ahead of hitters, too. I mean, that's what good pitchers do. A lot of first pitch strikes.
Rifling strikes in at about 68% of the time.
That's pretty good.
On top of the leaves, she's now got. Is that one?
Oh, nice play.
Second. Oh, very beautiful play. That retires Haley Bryant. Nice play from Goji. She's been all over the place in this game today.
Number 17, Izzy Carter.
I'm sitting here and I'm looking at it in my hands right now, and you can tell me as far as strike. I can get the number here real quick because I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Van right now 5 strikeouts, 1 walk.
Yes.
So far. And you're looking at her spray charts, and you can just, I'll show it to you as well. You can just kind of see on that how many, that soft contact and everything. A lot of fly balls going all around the yard. And all 3 hits for Johnson County have been to the right side of the field.
That means they're behind her fastball. Good deception.
1-1, Izzy Carter. 3rd time through the order for Johnson County. Ground ball single, her first at bat.
When you're in the bottom of the 5th, and you're just starting the 3rd time through the lineup, that tells you the opposing pitcher is dealing.
That's it. So far for Johnson County, just held to 3 hits today compared to 10 for Cowley, as they've gotten 6 runs off those 10 hits. Hard, but right at her. Could be a cruel sport sometime.
Yes, it can.
Game of softball. Goes right to Sandlin, steps on the bag herself. After 5 innings, your score, Cowley 6, Johnson County nothing. Game 1 of our doubleheader. Top of the 6th, game 1 of our doubleheader here between the Cavaliers of Johnson County and the Tigers of Cowley County. Dylan Funk alongside Dennis Drennan. And so far, the story today has been the big power of Cowley. He scored 6 unanswered runs, 5 in the 4th, 1 in the top of the 5th. Elsa Carrillo back on for another inning as that flare will go right to Jaylee Jefferson at second. 1 up, 1 down here to start the 6th inning. And it's been very efficient for the start for Micah Van, as we just mentioned in the break there, in her pitch counts in innings, as she's had no more than 18 pitches in an inning thus far here today. At 69 pitches on the day. Plenty of fuel in the tank to wrap up this, what could be a potential complete game shutout. She's 6 outs away from that currently.
Mm-hmm.
Nuno having a good day in the 9th spot, 2 for 2. And right back up the middle, make it a 3 for 3 day. You know things are going really, really well when your 9-hole hitter is having a 3 for 3 day. Yeah, 1 out single, and that's how it gets started here in the 6th for Cowley.
He gets it back to the top of the order, too.
Remember, it was the last at bat from Nuno. It was the bases loaded with 2 outs, and she hit it right back up the middle. It was almost a liner back to Carrillo. Almost hit it right into the glove for Elsa. Just couldn't quite squeeze it. It got jarred loose, allowed another run to score, and then that allowed Goji, who's up now, to clear the bases with a 2-out triple. Little slap bunt goes foul.
I'm not sure if that was put on by the coach or if she did that on her own. Taking a hard look down there, though. Starts her stance with the hands far apart, usually what the slap hitter does.
It's already showing now.
Just closed them up there.
I believe we were just talking about in the last game we had that we hadn't seen a whole lot of slap hit moments in games thus far. I felt like in our doubleheaders we covered last year, there was at least one batter per doubleheader that would try the slap hit approach. Over to second for 1, not going to be any time over at first. So Goji will reach first base on the fielder's choice, but Cavaliers do cut down that runner from scoring position in Nuno. Send her back to the dugout, 2 gone. This is all you want here for Johnson County. Is just get this out here. Another scoreless inning, and just trying to keep it a 6-run deficit. Give your offense a chance with be down to their final 6 outs. And make something happen and come from behind here in game 1. But if not, at least worst case, you drop this first game, you go into game 2, at least looking to split this doubleheader. Jammed, and Carter is there, and that's the 3rd and final out. First scoreless inning pitch for Elsa Carrillo and company. 6-0 Cowley still with the lead into the bottom of the 6th. Starts off with Jaylee Jefferson, 2, 3, and 4. Due up for Johnson County. Neitzel on deck. Followed by Lang. Everyone gets on. It'll be Maddie Murray. The Cavaliers in desperate need Trying to get some run support going on here.
Need base runners.
Need base runners and a rally. That's a solid hit for Jaylee, and that's going to get
That's
over her head out
yeah.
in left field. Scanlon couldn't get to it in time, and for Jaylee, plenty of wheels. She pulls into second. It's a leadoff double.
Nice job.
Third baseman, number 4, Reagan Neitzel.
Not a whole lot of down on that one. Jaylee scalded it very well.
Mm-hmm.
Right on top of it. That's now her 12th double. She moves it to the team lead with doubles this season.
Little higher launch angle, and that'd have been out of here.
Possibly. So Jaylee, one swing, she's in scoring position. Nobody gone, and leadoff double.
She barreled it up. You could tell by the sound.
First pitch ball to Reagan Neitzel. 1 for 2 to ground out, and a single, a hard ground ball over on the right side. And that's the first hit today for Johnson County. Their 4th of the game, and that's the first one that has made its way to the left side of the field.
Yep.
All 3 have been either a solid fly or a pair of hard hit ground balls on the right side of the field. Prior to that, leadoff double from Jaylee over the head of the left fielder Scanlon. Tried to put a glove up, hoping it fell in there. She could squeeze it, but that was not the case.
Johnson County fans have the rally hats going.
Yes, they do. Where's yours at?
I left it at home.
2-1, now the count to Neitzel. Van delivers another one, and that's hit out into center. Backing up on it, brings it in. Jaylee thought about tagging up, but she'll hold place at second.
Yeah.
Nicely played by Bree Curry out in center.
Yeah, you saw Curry hit her shortstop cutoff man or lady perfectly.
But I think the good news, because you had the leadoff double from Jaylee that was solid hit, and that one, nothing to hang your head about.
No, it was hit well.
Hit well again by Neitzel. And Lang takes the first pitch strike, looking to get off a Schneid. 0 for 2 with a pair of Ks, one backwards, one regular. One strikeout looking, one last one swinging.
Yeah, need to put one in play here, you know. She had a nice cut at that.
Just missed it.
She just missed her pitch.
Oh, to the Lang. Swirls off, good pitch. Cowley in the preseason rankings behind Johnson County. Cavaliers were picked to finish first. Cowley picked to finish third with only one first place vote. And both teams 4-0 opening conference play and a 4-way tie alongside with Kansas City, Kansas and Neosho. Massive doubleheader with potential conference regular season title implications on the line. Cavaliers 17-10 coming into today. Cowley 22-10. Just a 5-game difference between the two. 1-2 from Lang and another one fouled back. She's putting together a good at bat here, battling hard. I imagine that's ideally what you want to do after seeing your first 2 at bats in with strikeouts.
Yeah, you don't want to take anything close.
Making Van work hard if she wants to earn her 6th strikeout of the day. And she gets it right there. So Lang battled as hard as she could, but she goes down with her 3rd strikeout of the afternoon, swing and a miss. And now it's 2 gone. That leadoff double of Jaylee Jefferson. It goes to Maddie Murray. A chance to keep the inning alive. Aspen Burgard is on deck. First pitch upstairs for a ball. Murray 0 for 2 and a strikeout. And a fly out to left field. And today there has not been a whole lot of solid contact off of Van outside of that leadoff double from Jefferson. There was a solid hit
There's a good
along
one.
with that one out to center. But again, Curry is there. So that leadoff double from Jaylee Jefferson doesn't come in to score, making now 6 scoreless frames for Micah Van today for Cowley, as her Tigers go into the top of the 7th with a 6-run lead. So here we go, last inning here, our first game of the doubleheader, top of the 7th inning. 6-0 ball game. Tigers have been in control from the 4th inning on. They put up a 5-run crooked number top of the 4th, and then it was a leadoff home run from this young lady right here, Taverly Tennant, in the top of the 5th inning. Solid home run over the center field wall, no doubt about it. Showed off that NCAA Division I power she had last year at Oregon State. Or the Arc City native, a first pitch strike, and she swings at the next one, jammed her a little bit, and it'll be Jefferson that leaks out just a little bit into shallow center and brings it in for the first out.
Pellet, a strikeout victim her last time up.
Started the game with a 0-0 tie going into that top of the 4th. Cowley put the first 5 runs across, and it was kind of feeling like for Johnson County, we've been waiting to answer. Maybe you feel like if you at least got 2 or 3 of those runs between that span, you might be feeling a little bit better. But give a lot of credit to Micah Van. She has been, right now, she's 3 outs away from another complete game shutout, which would be the 6th of the season in total for Cowley. I believe the 3rd pitched by Micah Van this season. Nice breaking pitch there from Carrillo. Had Pellet fooled. Swing and a miss makes it a 1-2 count.
Pulled the string on that one.
Mm-hmm. See, she speeds her up here, this 1-2. She does, and can't get her looking off the plate. Well, for Johnson County, this is definitely not going to be the last time they face one of the top pitchers in the conference. In fact, in a week's time, they don't have a doubleheader scheduled for this Saturday, so they'll be back here at home next Thursday against Kansas City, Kansas. Take on the Blue Devils, pulls the string again on Tennant, swing and miss strikeout, or Elsa Carrillo. But I imagine in one of those 2 games next week here at home against the Blue Devils, we will see Alyssa Droege, who you and I'm sure you remember, as a young freshman, the regional game in the Region 6 tournament that Johnson County and Kansas City, Kansas faced off with one another, went all the way, I believe it was a top of the 7th 2-run home run from Deja Gardenhire that ended up being the difference in that game. It was a thriller. As Alyssa Droege, I mean, she went close to about 130, 135 pitches in the game.
She did.
Had like 11 or 12 strikeouts. It was unbelievable, and she gave up that big shot from Deja Gardenhire, and that was all she wrote. Cavaliers would then go on to face Fort Scott in the Region 6 championship game, where the Greyhounds would beat the Cavaliers for the 2nd time in that region tournament a year ago. Both the Cavaliers and the Greyhounds would compete in the national tournament. Johnson County ended up finishing 5th last year. The breaking pitch hit on top. Neitzel, nicely done.
Wow.
Nicely done, if you will. Over there at 3rd, dazzling play to wrap up the top of the 7th. Cavaliers need a 6-run rally. Let's see if they can do it next. Can't think of anybody much better that you would want to start the lead off. Bottom of the 7th, you're down 6 runs. Still in there against the starter, Micah Van, looking for another complete game shutout. Starts with the first pitch strike. Aspen Burgart leading it off for Johnson County. 6, 7, 8 with Hands and Koleric behind. In the cleanup spot, Haley Bryan in the 9th hole, and then we'll go back to the top of the order. At least the Cavaliers hope to get that deep into it. Try to make a run late here in this game. Looking back at the record book, you got to go back to one of the first handful of games this year. Back in February 22nd, the lone time Johnson County's been shut out this year was a 9-0 loss in 9 innings against Gulf Coast State College down the tournament in Columbus, Georgia, the NFCA Leadoff Classic. The Cavaliers are in danger of that here this afternoon to start off this doubleheader with Cowley. Game 2 will start approximately 30 minutes after this one wraps up. We'll have that for you here on Johnson County Sports Live. We also have baseball going on right now. The Cavaliers hosting the Labette Cardinals. 2-2 pitch is off the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Payoff pitch coming up. Here's the payoff, and Burgard ropes it. And it's a leadoff single out into left field.
Nice stroke there by Aspen.
So for Burgard, she does her job as the leadoff hitter. Solid at bat, works it to a 3-2 count, and like you mentioned, just nice stroke. Good hit out into left field, not trying to do too much with it. Again, you can't get all 6 runs on one swing.
No, she shortened her swing there and just went with the pitch.
So now it moves to Lily Hands, who chases upstairs, fouls that first pitch off into the net. Hands, a 1-for-2 day. She had the lone extra base hit for the Cavaliers today. It was a double. It was a solid hit all the way into the right center field wall. And Cavaliers have had a runner in scoring position multiple times today and have not been able to bring anybody home to score. Now Hands like to choke up here a little bit, 0-2 on back-to-back foul balls. Recently just lost a 10-game hitting streak, but that double she had earlier looking to build a new one, but she strikes out there. And now the Cavaliers will be down to their final 2 outs. Goes to Katie Koleric.
7th strikeout for Van.
Koleric leads the team in home runs with 8, also with RBIs at 30. She's drawn the most walks of the team as well with 21. She's now looking for a free pass here. She'll take it if it comes, but not going to come through big with her team here. Another first pitch strike from Van has her ahead 0-1. Here's the next pitch. And get her to chase off the plate, 1-1.
Van's been ahead of these Cavalier hitters all day long.
Mentioned getting close to about 70% of total strikes being thrown of her now 95th pitch that's going to be coming up down the pipe here.
That's good. Good percentage.
1-1. Solid
That's
swing
gone.
from Koleric, and you can wave it goodbye. So there's a big 2-run shot from Katie Koleric. Like I mentioned, she'll take that free pass if it comes, but she wants to do more than that. That's exactly what she does. So Katie Koleric builds on her team leading of total home runs now with 9.
And that was a no-doubter, partner.
No doubt about it.
See if the Cavs can keep it going.
You guys up here in the press box, you guys were all over it.
Left fielder, number 10.
So it's now 6-2. Still a lot of work to be done with just 2 outs left to spare. But Koleric does her job. A solid line drive home run over the left field wall. Not a wall scraper by any means. It was a no-doubter. She got a hold of it. Team leaning 9th home run of the season. Now to Haley Bryan in the 9th spot, and she's looking for a big hit here, looking to come through for her team. 0-for-2 today, struck out looking and grounded out to the right side. But she also had that play out in left field. It wasn't necessarily an error, but it was at top of the 4th inning. That's all that bases clearing triple from Goji. She tried to dive out for it, didn't keep it in front of her, rolled all the way to the wall, and she hits this one right back to Van. So now 0 for 3 today is Bryant, and we go back to the top of the order with Izzy Carter. And the Cavaliers, again, down to their final out. But, Denny, if you and I have learned one thing about this squad from last season into this season, they are no strangers to big 2-out rallies.
They are not. The game is never over till that last out is recorded.
Exactly it. One 0 becomes 2-0. Izzy Carter. Just the 4th time through the order. And since that leadoff single back in the bottom of the 1st, it has been back-to-back outs for Izzy of the fly out and the line out. Called strike on that pitch. Nobody aboard here. Burgert had the leadoff single. Kalarick brought her home with a 2-run home run over the left field wall. And the ground out back to the pitcher for Haley Bryant as Johnson County down to the final out. Carter ahead in the count here, 3-1. One is swung on. It's popped up in the infield. Shading over is Tennant, calls for it and brings it in, and that will wrap up the 6-2 win for Cowley here. They take game 1 against Johnson County to start out this doubleheader. And for the time being, that breaks that 4-way tie. In first place of the conference right now, 5 games in. Game number 6 will be coming up in about 30 minutes or so. But that does it here. Again, behind the strong pitching performance of Micah Van. We'll get to her numbers here in just a moment as I tally some things up. But, Denny, I'll toss it over to you. Your final thoughts and takeaway from this first game.
Now, hats off to Micah Van for an outstanding game she pitched. The only runs giving up in the bottom of the 7th inning. Tip the cap to the Cowley County Tigers because they just came out, hit the ball, and was shut down by Van.
That was it. So
that was the ticket.
So Cowley, it ends with 6 runs on 11 hits. We did not see an error committed by either team. Johnson County just 2 runs on 6 hits. And, of course, the 6th and final hit, that was the big one from Katie Kalarick. It was the 2-run home run. So at least erase that goose egg off the scoreboard for Johnson County, but unfortunately weren't able to put together that rally to make things happen in the bottom of the 7th inning. Here's that line from Micah Van. She has another, didn't get the complete game shutout, but she does get the complete game, 7 innings, 6 hits, 2 runs coming across, only 1 walk and 7 strikeouts. She faced 28 total batters and pitched 122 pitches, 66 of those for strikes.
Yeah, outstanding. You just tip your cap to that and say, let's play another one.
Brielle Dees, she got yanked out of the game after just a 3 1/3 in that big top of the 4th inning. And so 5 come in for Cowley. That was the end of the line for Dees. She had 7 hits, 4 runs coming across, all of them earned, 1 walk, no strikeouts. Elsa Carrillo, even though she was the pitcher that came in, she had that bases clearing triple given up. Outside of that, still just 4 hits, 2 runs that she was tagged with, 1 walk and 5 strikeouts. Not too bad for Carrillo coming on in relief, but then it was just too little too late.
Yeah, that one big hit she gave up was the difference.
In Brielle D, she faced 16 batters, as did Elsa Carrillo. It was really that top of the 4th inning, 5 runs coming across. That was the big one. By then, game was just too far away from Johnson County. Erased the goose egg in the bottom of the 7th on a 2-run home run from Katie Kalarick, but they end up dropping this game here. So they will now fall down total record-wise going into the second game. 17-11 will Johnson County. And over on the other side, 23-10 move up the Tigers of Cowley County. So Tigers sitting up top, at least as of right now. We still got games with Kansas City, Kansas, and Neosho that are currently happening right now or later on in the week. But as of right now, between Johnson County and Cowley, no longer tied at top of that top of the standings right now with the KJ Triple C East standings. Although for Johnson County, the day's not over yet because you got to come out here in game 2 if you can at least split.
Yeah.
Salvage this doubleheader. You get a week off before you face Kansas City, Kansas, another top team in the conference next week here at home on Thursday. That would be huge for the Cavaliers to do. But again, Cowley takes the win in game 1 by a score of 6-2. And we will be back here again roughly about 30 minutes or so. So we're going to be looking at around maybe a 4:05 return here on Johnson County Sports Live. First pitch expected to be around 4:10. They are no strangers to getting it started earlier or running a little bit behind. But just keep us here on Johnson County Sports Live, and we'll be back with you a little bit later on. Again, Cowley victorious in game 1 by a score of 6-2. Back here getting ready for the start of Game 2 between Johnson County and Cowley County on Johnson County Sports Live. I'm Dylan Funk, still alongside my broadcast partner Dennis Drennan. Game 1 saw the Tigers get the win by a final score of 6-2 for Johnson County. It was those 2 runs coming across on just 6 hits on the day, 6 runs on 11 hits for Cowley. It was 2 runs for Johnson County, the 2-run home run, bottom of the 7th inning for Katie Kolerick. Big story was Micah Van, the starting pitcher, going the distance all 7 innings, 102 total pitches that she was able to fire. Just 6 hits, 2 runs, giving up 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. As I think the thing for this Johnson County team coming into the second game, Denny, is really there's only one direction to go from here, and it's up.
Well, like we talked about at the break, partner, they're playing, Johnson County is playing, the top teams in the league in these next coming weeks, and you got to try and hold serve at home. I mean, the least you can do is split. Hopefully you can sweep, but Johnson County now looking to just split with Cowley today because dropping that opening game. So hopefully they can get it done with Labors on the mound.
Yeah, that's all you can do is hope to split with Cowley. That's your best case scenario. You definitely would hate to get swept in this doubleheader with the Tigers. That really would kind of put you behind the 8 ball, and you would need a lot of help from other teams in conference down the stretch to hope kind of change some things. You're off for a week. You got Kansas City, Kansas, the other team coming into this afternoon's doubleheader. It was a 4-way tie with Cowley, Johnson County, and Kansas City, Kansas, and Neosho. The Cavaliers will also play the Panthers here at home later on the Thursday, April 24th. So that was a big advantage Johnson County had this year, where the top 3 other teams in conference, you played all 3 of them here at home. Now looking to salvage at least and split this doubleheader with Cowley. Again, Jalen Lavers, he's the only other pitcher that was really left for Johnson County. Imagine Brielle D or Elsa Carrillo on standby for relief duties if needed in this one, but Jalen Lavers is going to be handed the ball in the circle, and just like that, first pitch swinging, that's Goji back in the leadoff spot. She flies it out there to left. That's Mackenzie Yoder, really the only change in both lineups for both Cowley and Johnson County. She replaces Haley Bryant, who got the start in left field, went 0 for 3 and had a little bit of a rough day in left as well. So it's Mackenzie Yoder that gets the start out there in Game 2.
Yeah, next time Goji comes up, partner, take a look. It looks like she's of Japanese descent, and she bowed to the umpire before she got in the box. That was kind of interesting.
Nothing wrong with that at all. Pretty cool to see. Goji was one of the 6 returning sophomores from the team last year.
This is solid in Game 1, too.
This is Bree Curry. Takes a ball there from Lavers, looking at her numbers. Start to get them pulled up here for Cowley. Had a good day out in center field and had thread some nice balls nicely. Went 0 for 4 at the plate. As that one just goes foul. Up the third base line. Able to tuck it in a little bit more. That stays in. Could be a potential 1-out extra base hit.
But it's just a strike.
0 for 4, just 1 strikeout for Curry the first game. Started that game. We moved along very quick. The first 3 innings, it was scoreless frames all the way around. And then to the top of the 4th, that's where the Tigers did their damage. It's a swing and miss strikeout here. So Jalen Lavers picks up her first strikeout of the day. Here's the numbers for the returning sophomore from a year ago. It's her 14th appearance and her 10th start of the season. She has 4 complete games under her belt. 54 2/3 total innings coming into today, a 4.35 ERA with a 6-3 win-loss record, 44 strikeouts to 35 walks. It's a 1.61 whip, walk hits per innings pitched. Those back at home might not be 100% familiar with the term.
Johnson County fortunate again that they're facing Tennant with the bases empty.
I'd have to go back in the first game. We mentioned her conference leading 50 RBIs that she has, nearly a 500 batting average. She had the solo home run. That was the 6th and final run that Cowley was able to score. That was in the top of the 5th inning. And she's solid hit in this one. It's at least going to be down for an extra base hit off the top of the wall. Yoder trying to get it in, and into second base. Tennant will slide with a 2-out double. But once again, for Tennant, who's had pretty good time at the plate, seeing balls well. She was close to her 2nd home run of the doubleheader, But when she's been able to come up, like you already mentioned, and she's been doing it with nobody on base, which if you're Johnson County, you'll take that trade off.
Yeah, you're fortunate. And she's up there with 2 outs, so hopefully you can get a scoreless half inning here. You can bear down and get pellet.
There's one definitely Yoder wasn't going to be able to track down. Her only hope was it was going to stay in the yard off the wall. This one more softly hit and going back on it. And Yoder, a little skip at the end. Skip to your Malou right on the warning track and able to bring it in. So Cowley, very similar, just like they started the first game. They get a 1 runner on and Tennant not able to bring her around to score. Cavalier bats coming up for the first time in game 2 on the other side. Go with the Cavaliers half of the first inning. It is Ezra Arellano, the pitcher, here in game 2 for Cowley. She will come up trying to replicate, or at least come close to replicating the success that Micah Van was able to have going her complete 7 innings. Just 2 runs given up, 7 strikeouts racked up, only 1 walk surrendered from Van. First pitch was for a called strike, that one for a ball. 1-1 count to Izzy Carter. Reza Arellano, second as far as total innings pitched behind Van, 57 2/3 coming into today, a 2.79 ERA. Total 37 strikeouts, 27 walks, giving up 5 home runs, a 1.30 whip. Also has an overall record of 8-2. Not too shabby for the second arm in the rotation for these Cowley Tigers. 3 balls, 1 strike to count to Izzy Carter. Coming out from the first game, 1 for 4. Had a leadoff single from the bottom of the first in the first game. That was her only hit. 3-1 pitch, she takes on it and almost threw the bat to the dugout. Thought it was a walk, but called for a strike. Payoff pitch coming up next. 6th pitch of this very first at bat. The batter face for Arellano. And here it comes. Over to short.
Nice play.
And in time.
Second baseman, number 2, Jaylee Jefferson.
Jaylee with the solid double last game.
Just 1 of 3 extra base hits collected for Johnson County. There was a leadoff double in the bottom of the 6th inning.
And she was stranded.
It was. And really on those 3 extra base hits, including that 2-run home run from Katie Clare, those are the only 3 hits that were really very solid, very hard hit.
Only 3 balls that were hit hard that whole game.
Outside of that, he had a couple of ground ball hits here and there. He had one that rolled all the way to the wall. It split perfectly in the gap in right center on it was a double from Lily Hands. Part of the 6 total hit effort. Expects to Jefferson below the knees on the 1-1 pitch. 2 balls, 1 strike. Just now at 4:15 here in Overland Park. This doubleheader's been moving along at a pretty good pace. Off the plate, 3-1. Got Reagan Neitzel due up next. She's on deck. In the batting order, the exact same for Johnson County with the exception of the 9th spot with Mackenzie Yoder being plugged in for Haley Bryant. They're making the switch corresponding out in left field.
Coach pointed out, look at the line where the home plate umpire is lining up. Clear over to the left side. Not sure how he's going to see pitches on the outside part.
So it was a pair of 3-2 counts worked here. The first one was to Izzy Carter. She was able to get the ground out. Intended over at short. That time, good battle for Jaylee Jefferson. She earns her way up to first base.
See if they play small ball here. With 1 out, I'm not sure. Doesn't show bunt. Take a long look at Coach down there at third base.
1-0 from Ardonna.
Now she's bunting.
Trying to snag second. Good throw. Got her on the tag.
Yep.
Don't say that all too often about Jaylee Jefferson.
No.
She's only been caught twice stealing. That's the 3rd time. She's got 9 stolen bases this year, but not going to add a 10th. That was a beauty of a throw from Pellet. Able to get it to Tennant, put the tag on her in time.
Put it right on the runner.
And the count 1-1 at the plate.
Well, that'll take the bunt out of order.
As Neitzel puts a solid hit into it, but again, it's Curry out there in center to bring it in, and that is how the Cavalier half of the first comes to an end. 3 up, 3 down. Still looking for our first run here, game 2, heading to the 2nd inning. So far, this first inning of game 2 has pretty much been an exact replica of the first inning of the first game. 3 up, 3 down, go Johnson County. 0-0 ball game, start of the 2nd inning. Cavaliers trying to battle back, salvage this doubleheader here today. Split with Cowley. At least if they're able to do that, they can still keep their place in a 4-way potential tie for first place this early into the season. Going off the plate as well. 2 balls, no strikes to Molina.
Be careful getting behind these hitters.
Jamie Molina 1 for 3 with an RBI. Also was able to draw a walk.
Nice pitch. Oh, okay.
That gets the call.
I thought he was going to call that a ball.
Now, you brought it up, and our home plate camera on top of our press box gives it a really good look. You see the shading of the umpire. He definitely is. He's more over on that left side, which is something I haven't seen.
You're usually peeking right over the shoulder of the catcher.
Nice.
He must be not wanting to get hit by a foul ball. But he doesn't have that catcher in front of him either. If he does take
offset.
one,
you're more vulnerable in that spot, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so too. That's a peculiar setup for an umpire.
2-2 pitch goes off the netting. We keep it here. To each his own, I guess.
He's made it to the junior college level, so must not be too bad. Ooh,
got her looking.
Wow. He called that outside pitch. I'll give him credit for that.
Left fielder number 7, Paige Scanlon.
Big looking strikeout there for Jalen Lavers. She gets her first one of the day so far.
Oh, that's her second strikeout, partner.
That's I was just thinking that as I was saying that. About to say second. Or first of the inning. Call it that.
There you go. That's what you meant to say.
That's what I meant to say. It's their third start in conference play. She had one apiece against Labette and Cloud. The 0-1 pitch is lying hard. That's off the glove of Burkhardt. Jaylee recovers, and that's still in time to get the out at first base.
3-4-3.
Oh, nicely done there.
Wow.
Just took enough off of that one. Jaylee able to recover it out in shallow right and still in enough time to make the play over at the bag at first. Nicely done for the second out.
Yeah, heads up by Jaylee there to pick up that ball and get it back over to first for the out. Nicely done. Nice job by Esmond to get a mid on that because that was headed in no man's land.
Mm-hmm. So now to Arredano. Can help herself out here with a big swing here. Give herself some run support potentially. 1-1 count on that last foul ball. Here's the total conference lines for Jalen Lavers. 10 innings pitched, just 3 hits allowed, 1 run, 12 strikeouts to 2 walks. It's a .70 ERA thus far.
Wow, that's microscopic ERA. That's impressive.
The .50 whip. It's her first time picking up wins in back-to-back starts this season. Looking for the trifecta here today against Cowley. Here's the 2-1. Gets her to pop it up. Burgart looks like she's got space drifting towards that visiting dugout, but able to bring it in about a step in front of it. And that is how the top of the second comes to an end. Dazzling play. Burgart and Jefferson able to retire the batter after that. Keeps it 0-0 heading to the bottom of the second. Bottom of the second. Moving around here. Maddie Murray, Janelle Lang, and Aspen Burgart. 4, 5, and 6. After the Cavaliers went 1, 2, 3. Back in the bottom of the first inning. Murray back starting at catcher here in the second game as well. 0 for 3 in the first game, including a strikeout. We're going to get some positive momentum started here. Bottom of the second. Takes the first pitch ball from Arredano. So the one thing, the big success for Van in her start in game one was her high rate of first pitch strikes and just strikes overall. She came close to throwing strikes on about a 70% clip in the first game, which is just absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, partner, we've talked about so many times how important that first pitch strike is, from every level of this game and even into the majors.
Well, so far, that is the 17th pitch from Arellano, and only 8 of them have been for strikes. So early numbers show she's well below a 50% clip on throwing strikes. Still early. That one's into the zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Both those strikes have been taken looking for Murray. They're going to protect here on a 2-strike count.
She gets that outside pitch again. She needs to go to the right field with it. Shorten her swing. Hit the ball where it's pitched.
Here's the 1-2 from Arellano. Off the plate.
Far enough outside, she didn't have to.
Good take on 1 and 2, now 2 and 2.
Really important to get that leadoff runner on if you can.
The Cavaliers do that multiple times in the first game, but not able to bring any of them home until the bottom of the 7th. By then, down 6 runs. Led to a 2-run home run shot from Katie Kolaric. So at least avoided the shutout, but still lost by 4. Payoff pitch looming here, coming up next to Maddie Murray, with Janelle Lang on deck. There it is, and got her looking right around the knees.
Too close to take.
So Murray is retired on the strikeout. Order now turns over to Janelle Lang, who
struck out 3 times in the
0
last
for
game.
3 with 3 strikeouts, 1 looking and 2 swinging. The 3rd strikeout that she had a good battle with Van. It went out to about 7-8 pitches in the at-bat. Van was able to get her in the end. As of the 7 strikeout victims racked up for Van's, 3 of them came from Janelle Lang, and she takes the first pitch strike here from Arellano. Lang hitless in 3 of the last 4 games and now has struck out 7 times.
Wow.
In the last 4 games.
Now she's down 0-2.
Arellano looking for a 3-pitch strikeout and back-to-back to start this 2nd inning of work. Here's the 0-2. Can't get her to chase off the plate, which was good during in-between games, going out, checking out the action over at the baseball field, and I saw Janelle Lang in the batting cage, and she was getting some reps in there. And she knows she's got to try to be better than 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. 1 ball, 2 strikes, next pitch. Pulls it a little early.
Turned on that inside pitch.
And you know, as a hitter and as a ball player, if you're going 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, nobody wants to get that hit more than you do, the hitter.
Problem is you start pressing.
Little bloop, that's going to go foul. Another good battle here from Lang. Still a 1-2 count. Aspen Burgart on deck. Just very similar when Aspen Burgart went on her stretch of, I think I said 18 strikeouts in 16, 17 games, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Wasn't getting any hits. That pressure, it does start to build up a little bit. You put more pressure on yourself. Try to avoid those strikeouts. And while there is such thing as positive momentum, there is also a thing as negative momentum. At times when things just continue to not go your way, and the more you press, the more worse sometimes it can actually make things happen. Works the count to 2-2. Another pitch from Arellano. This at-bat continues to go on. Another foul tip. It's going to be the 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up next. This is all you can really ask for here from Lang.
There is such a thing as trying too hard. There's a yogiism about that, but I can't recall it.
Well, it comes to you later, feel free to share.
Yeah.
2-2, swung on and missed. Now make it 4 at-bats in his doubleheader, 4 strikeouts. And the last 3 have been swing and miss for Janelle Lang. She'll look to break off the Schneid a little bit later on, but now it goes to Aspen Burgart with 2 gone, nobody on here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Aspen in the bottom of the 7th, she came around in to score on the 2-run home run from Katie Kolaric. Got it started. The nice battle with Van. It was a good leadoff single out into left field. Didn't try to do anything too much with the swing. 1 for 2 total on the day. Struck out once, also walked once as well. 0-1, way outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now had a hit in 8 of her last 11 games as Aspen.
Yeah, she's just too good of a hitter to stay in any kind of prolonged slump.
Conference MVP last year as a freshman, and in GCAA Division II MVP, All-American as well last year. Just about every prestigious honor from conference awards to NJCAA awards, she had them.
Yeah, she earned them last year.
No doubt about it.
She was just unbelievable.
Knocked on the door of 30 home runs. She had 50-plus RBIs, even more than that.
That's
and
one.
Solid hit out into left. Diving for it.
Nice
not going
try.
to get it. It's out of her glove. That's Scanlon that dove out for it. It rolls into foul territory near the corner. And Burgart is in with a 2-out double. And Scanlon did everything she could trying to bring that one in. It was off her glove and then actually off her chin as she was coming down to the turf. It rolled all the way into foul ground. And the foul grounds here at Johnson County, not the biggest, but not the smallest by any means either. Still plenty of time for Burgart to pull in with a stand-up double.
That was a valiant effort by Scanlon.
No doubt about it. That was another good at-bat, good battle from Aspen Burgart, and it ends with a double. And just like that, go-ahead run in scoring position here. 2 gone, bottom of the 2nd inning. Goes to Lily Hands, the DP, and she pops it up, and another one that will just go foul. That's Sandlin that time that tried to dive out and make that play from her first base position. Saw Hands in a similar position in the first game, too, where she came up and Johnson County had a runner in scoring position, and it was a big moment, and she swung at the first pitch and popped it up right there in the infield. The catcher just basically had to stand up and just bring it in just a couple of feet in front of home plate. Good job by Pellet, keeping that one in front of her. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Aspen getting a big lead out there, too. She should be able to score easily on a hit.
Hands 1 for 3. That double. Also had a strikeout in the first game. Big hit, complete the first run of the game in favor of Johnson County. Here's the 1-1.
Aspen's going to have to be careful out there. We got the crew that likes to call for leaving early. And, man, he's staring at her like a hawk.
You're referencing we had a doubleheader here a couple of weeks ago where there was multiple instances where we had players that were trying to tag up on sac flies and trying to advance up a bag and were called for leaving too early.
Get out.
That one goes foul. You can tell nobody wants that hit almost more than Denny here. Was a strange instance because really with all the softball games that we have called, we never had seen an umpire crew that had been so stickler about the leaving early rule. At least maybe just in the past it's knowing the players were well trained on that, knowing not to leave early. But in that case a couple weeks ago, there were 2 times it was called, and it was fairly within like the same inning or 2 apart of each other in the same game. So the message was received early. As I believe that was in the doubleheader against Iowa Central. As this is a high fly ball going out, and able to bring it in at the warning track right in front of the wall. That's Scanlon. Almost made a dazzling play on that 2-out double from Burgart, but she brings that one in, and that keeps us scoreless heading to the 3rd here on Johnson County Sports Live. of the third. 0-0 ball game. Dylan Funk alongside Dennis Drennan. Johnson County trying to make up some ground after dropping the first game of this doubleheader. It's still Jalen Lavers out there. She'll face off against 8-9-1. Sandlin, Nuno, and then back to the top of the order with Goji. Fires in the first pitch, starting their third inning of work, in for a called strike. So you look through in Johnson County, and this is strictly just looking at Kansas Jayhawk Community College Conference opponents, Division I or Division II. And you'll be, I think, not surprised to see that Johnson County has had a lot of years of dominance in the KJCCC. But of all those opponents in Division I and Division II, it is only these Cowley Tigers that Johnson County currently has a losing record to, with at least 3 games played in that series. All time, with the loss in the first game, they are now 61-63 all time against Cowley. One fouled back.
Didn't mean to do it.
Everybody else, the only exception is I believe there was a Seward College where they've only played once, and Seward College won that game. That's why I had to put the little caveat at the end of at least 3 games played in the series. As another one gets fouled away here for Sandlin. No balls, 2 strikes, still the count. Now for a Johnson County program that has over 1,600 wins and just a little over 600 total losses in their entire program history, and the fact that that's the only KJCCC opponent that they have a current losing record against, Division I or Division II, is against Cowley. Go figure. I mean, these two teams, you go back over the last 5-6 seasons, they've been pretty neck and neck with one another. Just about everything. Been pretty much the 2 top staple teams here in softball for the past few years.
I was just going to ask you how that transfers to the other sports.
Well, I can tell you in volleyball, it was the same thing this year. Cowley was the back-to-back undefeated national champions this year.
Wow, that's impressive.
But really the only team that gave them any competition, any struggle, was Johnson County, led by head coach Jennifer I. Baseball, if you know baseball, Cowley and Johnson County, usually two of the top handful of teams in Division I in the baseball rankings. You know, I got to see a Cowley and Johnson County baseball matchup last season. I believe, and the Tigers and Cavs just faced off in baseball, I think maybe last week or maybe the week before that. And I do believe Cowley took the series this time around 3-1. I know they split here at Johnson County, and they went and played 2 down in Ark City. And I believe the Tigers swept them down in Ark. Continue to battle here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's about the 3rd or 4th straight fouled off. One thing you can pretty much take as a certainty, though, is that whenever Cowley and Johnson County get together, it's usually going to be a pretty good, entertaining ball game, no matter what sport you're watching.
Got her. Nice changeup.
And that's got to feel good for Jalen Lavers, her 3rd strikeout of the afternoon. She just continues to put out solid innings here in conference play. Now 12 and a 3rd total innings conference play put in. She's collected 13 strikeouts along the way combined. Hasn't had a walk today either. Off to a very, very good start. One 1-0 here to Nuno in the 9th spot. We go back to the top of the order with Goji. She's on deck. And Nuno puts a good fly out into left. Yoder tracking back, and again has to get a little bit of airtime in at the very end. Again at the warning track, but able to bring it in. 2 up, 2 down for the Bengals. So we got our former coach up here in the press box with up here with us, and she's holding her breath. And every time some of those fly balls out there in left field, Yoder's been able to bring in the last 2 she's seen. So 1 time through the order already for Cowley. Hasn't been able to get a run across yet. They go through the 2nd time through.
Goes he flied out to left her first time up.
It's been that lone double from Tennant. It's been the lone hit and lone base runner.
Well, Jefferson walked but was caught stealing.
Well, I was just talking for Cowley.
Oh.
That's what I meant. I should have clarified on that. Two hits total, one hit apiece for both teams. A double from Tennant and
another pitcher's duel.
And that one will leak out. So right on cue when we're talking about total hits, pretty fitting for Goji to get the 2-out single.
Center fielder number 5, Brenna Curry.
Another ground ball, just able to get through on the right side. Jefferson not able to get to it, so we move along to Curry.
Struck out swinging her last time.
Lavers will take that again here. Collect her 4th strikeout if she can. Runner aboard here for Cowley, and this one is soft. Neitzel takes it in time, and that will retire Curry. 3 straight scoreless frames for Jalen Lavers. 0-0 ball game into the bottom of the 3rd inning. On the 3rd, still looking for our first run in this one. So far, just 2 hits for Cowley, 1 for Johnson County. Katie Kalarick will lead us off here, bottom of the 3rd. Talked about it plenty already with her 2-run home run in the first game. All a part of a day that's all go 1 for 3 and there's 2 RBIs. Starts off with a first pitch ball here from Ardano, which that's been the drastic difference between her and Van in their 2 starts. First pitch strikes in abundance for Van. Meanwhile, for Ardano, she has been falling behind batters at a much higher clip. Now 2-0.
That usually spells disaster, but not so far for Ardano.
It continues to be a overcast day. Temperatures right around the low 50s here in Overland Park. Not a bad day for softball by any means.
Oh, no.
We got baseball also happening over here at the sports complex at Johnson County Community College. Johnson County hosting a doubleheader with the Cardinals of Labette. Cavaliers got the win in game 1, 7-2, and they're currently up 5-3 as they are heading into the 7th inning. Now a 3-1 count to Kalarick. So 3-1 chants continue to echo out from the Johnson County dugout. Trying to play some mind games here with Ardano. Time called for here. Now we reset. Here's the 3-1 to Kalarick. 3-2. We got in the 9th spot, Mackenzie Yoder. She'll be taking her first at-bat of the afternoon. Did not make an appearance in the game, in the first game. Payoff pitch. And Kalarick is on with the leadoff walk. Talk about those high percentages of leadoff walks that could come in to score, Denny. Don't correct me if I'm wrong. I believe usually at the JUCO level, it usually can translate out to around a 35% clip.
Closer to 40. It's at 38%. If you get that leadoff walk will come around to haunt you. And Johnson County is hoping that'll play out here.
First pitch strike to Yoder. Had a slow start at the dish early in the season. She's now got her average up to 263 on 10 hits, including 2 doubles, 8 RBIs. As the big question was, with Haley Bryant starting to get healthy and coming back from missing the last month of action or so, of what was it going to look like out in left field? Well, we got our answer in the first game. It was Bryant that got the start out there. Went 0 for at the dish and at times had her struggles out in left field. So now we see Yoder back out there here in game 2. 1 ball, 2 strike down to the count, which it's never easy in the case of Haley Bryant to come back after missing that much time. It's going to take a little bit of getting up there, seeing those live at bats, seeing those balls hit at you in left field or anywhere in the outfield, no matter where you're at. It's a very tall task to come back after missing that much time as it's skied out into center. There's Curry again. Brings it in for the first out.
Shortstop number 17, Izzy Carter.
So Yoder goes back to the dugout on the fly out to center. Now back to the top of the order. Second time through for Johnson County. Izzy Carter digs in. 0 for 1 with the ground out. Alaric over at first base, reach with a leadoff walk. First pitch from Arredano, and gets the call on the outside part of the zone. Carter currently ranked top 10 in the conference on base percentage, currently at .440. Trying to lay a bunt down there, but it goes foul. Now we've talked about what this home plate umpire, he shaded over to the left side of the catcher, the right-handed hitters, but with Carter batting lefty, shade over on the right side.
For some reason he doesn't want to be behind the catcher.
Trying to get her up outside, and offers that in and fouls it away.
Good job protecting the plate by Izzy there.
You know, in my ruling on this for the positioning of the home plate umpire, at least, is that wherever they need to be at to make the most consistent and right calls, they can do a handstand for all I care if that's where they see it best. And I think other ball players and coaches will probably tell you the same thing. I would just have to assume on that one. Here's the 1-2 to Carter. So Roller, going to be a tough play with that speed, but gets her by a step over at first. Nicely done there. That's Molina. Throws her out. At least a productive out. It does move Kalarick from first to second. Runner in scoring position. A hit. Bring her home. Prime chance here for Jaylee Jefferson.
Come on, Jaylee. Make them pay for that walk.
Ball 1 to Jaylee. Reached via a walk. First plate appearance, so doesn't have an official at bat here in game 2. Comes inside that time. 1 ball, 1 strike. Went the entirety of the first 3 innings in the first game. All held scoreless between the Tigers and the Cavaliers. Ardano trying to replicate that for Jaylee, trying to change that. 1-1 pitch.
There you
Swings
go.
at it.
Get out of here.
Over the wall. It's
there you
off
go.
the top of the wall.
Way to go,
it's
Jaylee.
going to score 1. It's a 2-out double. Just had to wait and see. It went off the top of the wall. You got a little bit too eager there, Denny. It did come back and stayed in the yard.
Well, that's all right. Picked up a big RBI.
One of those, the worst case scenario, it was going to be an extra base hit with an RBI, and if that's the worst case scenario, it's really hard to lose in that situation.
I thought that ball was gone.
Just off the top of the wall, but that brings Choleric into score, and Johnson County, for the first time in this afternoon doubleheader, they have a lead over Cowley, 1-0. And a chance to do more damage as Jaylee will trade places with Choleric at second base off that 2-out RBI double. Line now moves to Reagan Neitzel to fly out to center in her first at bat. One count now. Total leader in the team of total hits coming into this doubleheader this afternoon at 32. Reagan Neitzel.
Wow. She hit that hard.
A 376 average, 475 on base, and slugging at 753. 7 doubles, 2 triples, 7 home runs. 4 extra base hits in her last 5 games. Has been pretty solid in the infield as well. Just 1 error in her last 14 games. Behind the count here, 1-2. Waiting the next pitch from Ardano. Here it is, and up the middle she goes. In time at short is Tennant. Throw across in time, and that'll keep the damage at just 1 run for Johnson County on the 1-run, 2-out double from Jaylee Jefferson as we head to the 4th. Open up the 4th inning of work. Jalen Lavers working with a 1-run lead, the first lead of the day for Johnson County. It started in that bottom of the 3rd. A leadoff walk for Katie Choleric.
And again, Tennant's up with nobody on, but man, keep her in the yard.
Yeah, she can easily make this a 1-1 ball game if she can get a hold of one. 1 for 1 in this game. He had a double out in the
There you
left,
go.
and
That'll
she
work.
pops this one up. Burgart calling for it, and
girl.
brings it in.
That's a big out.
Catcher number 2, Chrisonic Pellet.
Always big when you can retire the leadoff hitter in an inning, especially when it comes with the power of Tennant.
Yeah.
50-plus RBIs on the season. Mentioned her batting average, probably going to take a couple of points up. That last pop-up not going to help it, but with the double and an RBI, she had another
home run.
Single, the home run back in the first game. Definitely going to help that batting average by a couple of points or so. You have the other top RBI getter in the conference right here with Pellet. Pretty dynamic 1-2 combo in the heart of the order for these Tigers. Pellet 0 for 1 today, a fly out to left in her first at bat.
And that's why they're in the RBI spots, because they're the leading RBI hitters.
Wow, 2-0 pitch becomes 3-0 now.
I think Maddie was wondering where that was at too.
You look at 3-0 pitch from Lavers, and that gets to the top part of the zone, very close to where the last one was, but that one gets the called strike. When you're looking at the total RBI totals in conference this year, you mentioned Tennant at 1, Pellet at 2, Sullivan from KCK at 3, and when you're looking for Johnson County, you find Katie Kolaric at the 6th spot with her current RBI total of 30. Well, it's actually at 32 now, so she's currently tied for 5th place with Bancroft of Neosho.
I believe that's Labor's first walk today.
That's what I have her on the book for. Comes with 1 gone, top of the 4th inning. Cowley trying to answer that 1 run put across by Johnson County in the bottom of the 3rd.
Time for my patented 6-4-3 double play, partner.
I was supposed to relay to you, our broadcast partner Brendan Bolin. We're calling baseball right now. He said that baseball was able to turn a 6-4-3 double play, and he thought of you on the broadcast over there. You got a 6-3 double play in the first game.
Yeah, we'll take another one of those too. I'm not picky.
It was a tailor-made chopper right up the middle that Izzy was able to take it short, stepped on the second base bag for 1, and over to Burgert in time.
Yeah, you love those when you're a shortstop.
He called it a room service.
Yeah, it's a room service double play.
Oh, swing and a miss there.
Nice pitch.
His Lavers just continues to pile up the strikeouts. That's now her 4th of this game.
Yep.
14 total so far through her 3 starts in conference play. .48 total, leading the team in strikeouts. She could have number 49 and number 50, perhaps more, as this game goes on. Starts with the first pitch, Paul to Page Scanlon, 0 for 1 on the ground out. 1-0 now becomes 2-0. So far, Cowley has left 2 runners stranded on base, as have Johnson County. These 2 teams just continue to be fairly evened up. That'll get popped up and out of play. Here's the 4th inning in game 1, where we saw Cowley put the separation between themselves and Johnson County. 2-1 count. Gets her a pop up under it. Yoder out there and left. Easiest fly ball she's been able to bring in today. And that is now 4 straight scoreless frames for Jalen Laver. She keeps it. Cavaliers 1, Tigers nothing. Cavaliers turn here in the 4th inning. 1-0 ball game. Both teams with 2 hits so far. Cavaliers with the advantage. Getting that 1 run in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It started with a leadoff walk. It was brought home a little bit later from Jaylee Jefferson. A 2-out 1-run double. That was a couple feet of elevation away from a 2-run home run. In the 2nd of the day for Johnson County. One from Kolaric in the 1st inning, or from the 1st game. And Jefferson would have replicated that here in game 2, but she'll take that 2-out double. That RBI attached to it, no problem. Gives the Cavaliers their first lead today, looking to bounce back after dropping the 1st game by a final score of 6-2. I mentioned the all-time series for Cowley. The Tigers with the lead now all-time, 63-61. The only KJCCC opponent in Division I or Division II that has a winning record against these Johnson County Cavaliers all-time. One count to Maddie Murray. Next pitch from Arredano. Swings at it. Fouled it away. Right past head coach Aubrey Bratton Volkins. 14th season as head coach here. She's got 434 career wins. That puts her roughly about 55 wins away from becoming the all-time winningest head coach in Johnson County softball history. That marks a 488 set by Frank Barnes from 1997 to 2006. So for head coach Bratton Volkins, she puts herself realistically of making that milestone happen maybe next season, if not the season after that.
Nugget for you, partner.
Yep, good little
I
nugget.
remember this. It was on one of our motorcycle trips, and we went through a little town called Muscatah, Kansas, just out by Holton. And there's a little sign there that you can barely see that says home of Joe Tinker. And nobody knew in my group who Joe Tinker was.
Well, count me into that, Phil said.
Okay. Well, have you ever heard of the famous double play combination, Tinkers to Evers to Chance, for the 1920s Cubs? Joe Tinker was born in Muscatah, Kansas.
So Murray takes strike three looking there. She thought it was low. Some folks here in the home crowd thought it was low. Now the home plate umpire really directed something to that Johnson County dugout. Or maybe perhaps one of the fans sitting right behind the foul netting. Overall takeaway, though, was I don't think a single person repping the navy blue and gold here today was very happy with that last strike call. And we're not afraid to let the home plate umpire know it. But that's the first out here, bottom of the fourth inning. Now goes to Janelle Lang, looking to snap this streak of 4 straight strikeouts. 0 for 3 in game 1, and she's 0 for 1 here. 3 straight swing and miss strikeouts for her. She gets ahead in the count here. 2 balls, no strikes on Arredano. Who's coming in. This is going to be her 69th pitch. Unofficial scorekeeper. I always like to lead off with that, but usually within a
Pretty
pitch
close.
or two, one way or the other.
Oh, get down, get down. Oh,
goes foul. Running the broadcast, calling the game, keeping scores. Is there anything I can't do?
I'm not sure.
That's why I have you. You have your book, and we got the official scorekeeper right next to us too.
Yep.
So three different scorebooks.
Former coach of these Johnson County Cavaliers.
Yep. Got a lot of great experience up here in the broadcast booth.
Yeah, we see the old coach come out in there every once in a while too.
Yeah.
That's right.
3-1 count now to Janelle Lang, who you bet she will be eager making her way up to the first base bag if she can draw a walk. And she will.
Yeah.
No hesitation. So for the first time today, Janelle Lang is aboard. She's over at first base with a walk. Step back in, Aspen Burgard.
She's due to hit a long ball.
1 for 1.
Of course, we'll just take a hit, but
had that double that was nearly robbed of what would have been a dazzling web gem out in left from Scanlon. She dove out for it. Belly first onto the grass and just couldn't bring it in. It rolled all the way to the corner and foul ground.
Yeah, it's been looking more and more confident at the plate.
Which for every pitcher coming in, saw the numbers, saw her accolade from a year ago as a freshman, and knowing that coming into this year, she was not going to be given any cookies, nothing easy coming her way this year for her sophomore campaign. I think she definitely put a lot of pressure on herself early of trying to come up, was trying to replicate that unicorn of a season that she had, that production that she had a year ago. More recently, within the last 3 weeks or so, we've just seen her come up and just try to put the ball in play, not trying to do anything too much with it, seeing the ball a lot better. We mentioned the strikeout numbers are way down over the last 10 games or so.
Good hitter.
Now on the hunt for something she can get. 2-0 is now 3-0. And I had mentioned the game where she kind of started to get out of this slump. It was me and Brendan Bolin on a Sunday on the call in the back end of that Cavalier triangular against the Trojans in the North Iowa area. And I had mentioned that she had the big RBI hit late in that game to get the Cavaliers to win. She pulls away on that bump, called for a strike. And I mentioned you don't want to be the pitcher that gets her out of the slump. You don't want to be the one to do that. And then the next game you and I called, she had a home run.
Yep.
And she has not looked back really ever since. 3-1 now from Arredano. Takes it for ball 4. Back-to-back walks. Here in the Cavalier half of the fourth. 1 gone. 2 base runners on. Haven't said that a lot today for Johnson County.
And a runner in scoring position.
Infield meeting here for Cowley. Looking down over at their bullpen. Of course, I have the good portion of the dugout in my way, but I haven't seen anybody at least open the gate to warm up or anything. It could very well be a change of somebody in the infield that would take over pitching if Arredano is perhaps not able to get out of what could be a big inning looming here in the bottom of the fourth for Johnson County. We know one thing, it's not going to be Micah Van after going 103 pitches in the first game, complete game win. Got Aubrey Williams, Madison Baker, and Allison Nunes would be the other arms that we will more likely see if this inning starts to get away from Arenado. Cavaliers trying to do just that. Lily Hand steps in and takes a first pitch strike. Two runners aboard for her. 0 for 1, a fly out to left field. That was one. She put a solid charge into it. Almost came with an RBI if it would have gotten down, but out there and left was Scanlon, who just kind of put her mid up in the air right around the warning track, and the ball just happened to fall in there. It was going to hit off the base of the wall if it would have dropped down.
Just a little bit too much air under it.
Just a long, loud, then out number 3. But a spot here for her. Runners at first and second. 1 gone. 1-1 pitch. Offers at it. Fouls it away.
Good pitch to take the other way.
Again, I can maybe count on one hand of innings today where the Cavaliers have had more than one base runner on the pads.
Yes.
Like maybe just once in the first game. They have one here as umpire takes a ricochet there. Looks to be okay.
That's something I could never do. Show bunt, get your bat back and swing at a pitch. That screwed up my timing.
That's with you in baseball having a little bit more space between the mound and home plate.
Yeah, but
it's not easy by any means, for sure. Don't get me wrong.
See,
she's doing it again, pulls back, swings, and fouled away.
She's must have been doing it for a long time.
Lily Hands this year for Johnson County. And she has been the designated player from the start. We have seen a lot of players with the shuffling at the outfield and some rearranging of the furniture in the infield as well. Many players getting out into the field, but Lily Hands is one of those that she has just been solely
just part of her repertoire. Oh, nice.
And that's part of it right there. That's a solid knockout into center, and that'll score Janelle Lane. Burgard moves up to third on the throw-in.
Heads up running by Aspen there. Great job.
And the Cavaliers will have runners on the corners now, and they double up their lead. It's now 2-0. On the RBI single there from Lily Hands, and she says, that is why I'm the designated player. And the day could potentially be running short here from Arredano. I believe we just had a pitcher get into that bullpen, starting to see some action for the Tigers.
Yep, somebody's in there.
Runners at the corners here for Johnson County.
Yeah, you only have one out here. You really need to get that run home. You want to stay away from the double play. This is where I don't want to see one.
Quick update, Cavalier baseball just completed the sweep 7-3 over the Cardinals.
Boy, that was 2 quick games.
It was.
We usually beat them out of here.
Looked like Josiah Golden and Sam Novotny had a pair of quick starts for the Cavaliers. I know I got to see a glimpse of a half inning of work for Sam Novotny, and he was wasting not a whole lot of time. Had a 3-pitch strikeout, 4-pitch strikeout. That seemed to be kind of the theme today over at baseball. 1-1 pitch outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. So Lane came in to score on that last hit from Hands. As Lily's over at first, Aspen Burgard heads up base running on the throw that was coming in from the outfield. She advanced up to third. So it's runners on the corners with 1 gone here in the bottom of the 4th. 1 run into the 3rd, 1 so far here in the 4th for Johnson County. Looking for a big number here.
Got to find a way to get that run home from 3rd. Less than 2 out. I thought maybe Coach might put something on here, but I haven't seen anything so far.
The 2-2. Popped up, and that is going to get out.
Yeah.
Oh, man, and
she hit the fence hard.
You had somebody in the Johnson County dugout also kind of got their legs taken out from underneath them too. They appear to be okay. This play will kind of
She's thinking there's interference.
That's Coach Jenny Hoyt. That's what she's asking for the home plate umpire. Again, that was really, really close to, almost dropping right on top of the barricade that separates the field from the inside of the Johnson County dugout. It was very, very close. Hoyt continues to try to plead that there was some interference there.
Was there anybody on the field to play?
There was one person. I don't know if it's one of the managers. For Johnson County, they were. I saw them in.
If they're on the field to play, that could be a problem.
They definitely, when those players for Cowley were climbing in, I didn't quite catch who exactly was trying to slide to make the catch, but when she did, it looked like either one of the managers or the trainers, whoever it was for Johnson County, spilled out. Again, thankfully everyone got up okay, but the home plate umpire talks with head coach Aubrey Bratton-Volkins, and it looks like no interference is going to be called here.
Probably
so
told her to keep everybody off the field to play. Usually if you see that, the umpire will stop the game and say, get back in the dugout. But I couldn't see with my advantage here. That pole's in the way, so I have to defer to you, partner.
Well, the pole's right. It's one of those things, the further left we get down to this press box, the better a look someone might have had at it. And after all that, 2-2, and again, put in play, and it goes by to third baseman. Shortstop collects, throw over to first in time. Had to go down and dig that one out of the turf. One more run comes in to score, but man, what a nice play that was. Molina went for it, missed it. Tennant collected and wasted no time to throw over to first to Sandlin. Also made a nice dig over there at first base. So they trade the run for the out there. It's now 3-0 Johnson County.
That shows you what kind of athlete that young lady is, Tennant. No wonder she played D1. Yoder flied out to center her last time up. Another RBI out there at second base if she can find a hole.
Cavaliers starting to crack the field on Arredondo, and a little flare will go into the glove of Goji, drifting down in shallow right. Cavaliers able to add 2 more runs on here in the bottom of the 4th inning as they go to the top of the 5th. 3-0 Cavalier ball game. or the 5th, and that I believe Cowley is the ones that made change. They said 23 for 19, and there's currently.
Yeah, Sandlin's 19. It's going to be a pinch hitter for Sandlin.
Yep, that's it.
Iridonda popped out to first base last time.
They said that was 23 for 19.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So that'll be Williams that'll fill in that spot. She's in the on-deck circle right now. 1 ball, 1 strike count here to Arendano. Pulling double duty today of pitching and also hitting as she pops this one in foul ground, and that'll sneak into the bullpen. Long strike number 2 and a 1-2 count.
Close pitch. I think Lavers wanted that pitch.
I never see her smile any bigger
Yeah,
than when she fires a pitch in that she really, really wanted to call on.
That's better than cursing at the umpire. I'll get you thrown out.
Smother him with kindness, they say.
Yeah.
It's now a full count up, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Lavers just 1 walk to 4 strikeouts so far today. She's been pitching a gym.
She has.
4 straight scoreless innings. Payoff pitch. This pitcher versus pitcher battle is going to end. Yes. Katie Cavaliers collecting the fly out and foul ground there in right field.
Pinch hitting number 23, Aubrey Williams.
So Aubrey Williams mentioned pinch hitting. She fills in for Scanlon, and I would have to imagine she will also be out in left field. That's where Scanlon was. So in the midst of all that little scuffle that we kind of had, well, it really wasn't a scuffle. It was, I don't know what exactly to call it. It was a, in case you're anyone that's just now joining us, we had in the bottom of the 4th inning, there was a pop fly and foul ground. It was right near one of the open gates of the Johnson County dugout. Multiple Cowley players went for it, Scanlon included, and ended up colliding with one of the trainers in the dugout for Johnson County. We thought initially that everyone got up, walked away from it. Scanlon did kind of look a little bit hobbled, but she was walking it off, thought maybe she was going to be able to stay in the game, but all indications right now with her being subbed out for Williams is that her day, at least here in game 2, is going to be done. Ahead 0-2. Lavers wanted to strike out there, not going to get it. 1 ball, 2 strike. Her and Murray continue to talk with one another. Maddie telling her that's a good location. Do it again.
Lavers continues to pound those first pitch strikes. You gotta love it.
Williams just getting a piece there to stay alive. 61, including that last one, total in the game for Jalen Lavers. Pitch count of currently 64% in the afternoon.
Well, that's pretty consistent with what we saw last game.
61 pitches, 39 of them have been for strikes, and this is solid hit.
Yes.
But Adam right there, Janelle Lang took her down to a knee.
That's a good play by Janelle. Sometimes those balls hit, those line drives hit right at you are tough to play, especially if it's a knuckleball.
And that was one, I mean, on a rope. It was starting to drop at the last second. Lang did a great job of playing that. Got a good read off of it off the bat in center field, able to bring it in. That's out number 2. Base paths are still empty here. Lavers continues to go to work. Back in is Nuno. 0 for 1. The fly out to left. And we had mentioned coming into this, these pitching staffs for both Johnson County and Cowley, probably of top 3 in the conference. You got to consider Alyssa Drogi and what she's been able to do with that staff at Kansas City, Kansas as well. And haven't been disappointed. Game 1, it was all the spotlight on Micah Van, and so far here in Game 2, it's been Jalen Lavers.
Yeah, we've seen some gems today.
No doubt about it. 2-0 from Lavers, put out into right. Galeric jogging over to her left and brings it in right near the chalk. Another 3-up, 3-down inning for Jalen Lavers. She keeps it a Cavalier game at 3-0. Yeah, so that's it. So it was. So Williams takes over at first. It was Sandlin.
Yeah.
But even more questions because Sandlin wasn't jogging all the way over from first to the third base side in that last bottom half of the inning. So must be something of a. And which is something because even after that, we saw Sandlin made a very nice dig over at first base. But
there you go.
Nonetheless, change has been made, and it goes out into center. That's a leadoff single for Izzy Carter. Breaks that 0 for 2 game today, now 1 for 3. Doing what you want your leadoff hitter to do.
Let's see if Coach puts something on here.
You know, for Johnson County, they have seen what Cowley is able to do in one inning. They could put up as many as 5 runs. They did it in the first game, part of that 6-2 win. You know, for Johnson County, seeing an insurance run or 2 or 3 might not be the worst thing in the world to do.
Well, it looks like Coach doesn't want to take the bat out of Jaylee's hands. She just about went yard her last time up.
Another hitter that had a mini slump back in the year at the plate and in the field.
She's been solid at second base.
Yeah, she's come out of it, no doubt about it.
Good pitch.
Came close to what would have been her second home run of the season. She's only had 1. That was back against Iowa Central on March 21st.
She didn't miss that last one by much.
She's had at least 1 RBI in 11 of her last 12 games.
Stay hot, Jaylee.
Next pitch
Get down.
in play out there in right, and that is Nuno that comes in as Carter retreat back to the first base bag. 1 gone here, bottom of the 5th.
Number 4, Reagan Neitzel.
And a lot of kudos to Jaylee, too, because of how great she was out at short last year. And she had a rough start. 3 errors in her first 5 games at short this season. They benched her for a game against Jones College, #1 team in Division II currently. Then she came out of that game, and they made the shift of moving Jaylee to second and Izzy Carter over to second base. And she has been the ultimate team player and has excelled at it, like you mentioned. Since moving to second, she's only had 2 errors over her last now 22 games.
Yeah. She's an excellent middle infielder.
And has been coming alive at the plate as well.
Yep.
The 1 pitch to Neitzel, again up the middle, and that's going to
gonna
drop.
Get down.
Carter had to wait to make sure it was going to get down, so she will advance up to second, but 2 runners aboard again here for Johnson County.
Only 1 down.
15, Maddie Murray.
Murray struck out, looked both her last 2 times up. She needs to get one in play here. See if she can keep the line moving.
One of the most dangerous hitters on this Johnson County roster, looking to break through here against Cowley. Takes a first pitch a little high out of the zone for ball 1. She finished in her last at bat. She struck out looking on a pitch that she couldn't quite believe. She thought it was a ball. She was ready to step back into the box, and the umpire almost had to tap her on the shoulder and was like, I just rung you up. You need to go back to the dugout. She couldn't believe it, as did the vast majority of the fans here today at the ballpark. A little behind on that pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike on the swing and miss. Pitch number 99 coming down the pipe from Arredondo. There was some activity in the bullpen for Cowley. Haven't seen anybody come out or go back in necessarily. So
Oh, good pitch.
shows off a good breaking pitch there. Got her looking. Now pitch number 100.
Yeah, you got to protect. You might see that pitch again.
Tries to give it back to her or speed her up. Saw her behind on the last heater a couple pitches ago.
Well, you have to prepare for the heater and adjust to the off speed.
That's it. Off speed again, and she fouls it off. That's all you can try to do with those, just spoil those great pitches off, continue to battle and battle. Eventually you're going to get one over the heart or something you can handle and put it in play and let the chips fall where they may. Still a 1-2 count, 2 runners aboard.
Ooh.
Oh, I think just got a piece. It ricocheted off the catcher's mask, a pellet. Seems to be okay. Well, sometimes we'll see those kind of on those foul tips that ricochet off the catcher. We'll see the home plate umpire take the softball and deliver it to the pitcher, but pellet wasted no time getting out of her stance and tracking that ball down. Another 1-2 pitch. Out into right is there. Nunez brings it in, and both runners will tag up here for Johnson County.
Pretty good throw, but if I'm coach, I want that ball to go to second base. But for Johnson County, it worked out well.
Center fielder number 13, Janelle Lane.
2 big RBIs out there for Janelle.
So she had her first at bat. This is her 6th. Her first 4 were strikeouts. She was able to get on with a walk. Came in to score. And just how poetic would it be for her to get a big hit here? 2 RBIs attached to it. Get those insurance runs on the boards for Johnson County. Officially get her out of that little mini schneid that she's been on. You know nobody wants it more than her. 0-1, spits on it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Again, pulls it just a little early.
She's down on the count, though.
She's had a good majority of those that she's been able to pull to the third base side and just waits another split second or so. Might be able to tuck one of those in up the line and have that extra base hit rolling down to the corner. But instead, it's been a little early. It's a lot easier said than done, believe me, I know. Behind the count, 1-2, has to protect. Next pitch, breaking pitch, got her looking.
Man.
So Arredondo pulls the string again there at the end, and no one comes in to score in the bottom of the 5th for Johnson County. It stays 3-0, heading to the 6th.
watch Goji bow to the umpire.
So we'll see here. There was I believe, another change that appeared to have been made and relayed to our official scorekeeper up here. Still, nonetheless, Goji will be the one to start it out here.
Goji 1 for 2 on the day. Solid single in the top of the third.
A little bit of...
Somebody shoot it.
A little bit of trouble getting that ball now to Lavers. Now it's in her hands. Initial pitch was one that was in the turf, dirt. I got stuck in between which one to say.
Well, that's a better one than the other one.
Yeah. Well, it got away from Murray, and Lavers tapped on her chest. So that was my bad, and then Murray overthrew her, and somehow the ball ended up in shallow right. Luckily, nobody aboard, so. Cowley calling for a ball 3. Let's see if they can get it. 2-1. Goji
Nice
puts
bunt.
a bunt down. Lavers not going to beat it. Oh, she did. Ooh, I thought Goji might have beat it up by a half step and got it, but she did not.
13, Gracie Smith.
Massive frustration on the face of Goji, and quite frankly, I cannot really blame her. That was a very bang-bang play. I thought she beat it out. But we will take it.
Lavers fielded her position well there, though.
Yes. So now to Curry. 0 for 2 at the strikeout swinging and a ground out. Called her name plenty today or got a pinch hitter right on
Now we
cue.
got a pinch hitter. 13.
One fouled off. Gracie Smith. Looks like it might have gotten a part of her foot there. 1 ball, 1 strike to Smith, making her first appearance today. 286 average on the season, 12 hits, 3 doubles, 13 RBIs. And right now, her job trying to get on base. Just like Johnson County found themselves in Game 1, down multiple runs with 6 outs left to go. That's exactly where the Tigers are at. Only down 3 runs. Johnson County, 1 point, was down 6-0 in the first game. Ended up dropping it 6-2. The 2-run home run from Katie Kalerick being the only runs for Johnson County in that game. And Jalen Lavers welcomes Gracie Smith into a game with a strikeout looking.
Shortstop number 22, Cavaliers Tennant.
Great day continues here for Jalen. Now 5 strikeouts compared to just 1 walk, and so far continuing to pitch a shutout.
And again, Tennant comes up with no one on base, which is really great for this Cavalier team.
I'm trying to think back. Has there been a single at-bat that she has had today? This is her
I don't recall one, partner.
3rd at-bat here. She batted at least 4 times, I would think, in the first game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think every single time, as fate has somehow made it, she had 3 official at-bats in the first game, so 6 total. And I don't believe she has had a single runner on.
I don't either.
Definitely nobody in scoring position, as Lavers will buzz the tower here a little bit. Backs Tennant out of the batter's box. It's almost like the softball gods are doing everything they can trying to help Johnson County out, knowing how dangerous of a hitter that Tennant has been as she skies under this one.
That's going to
Still
stay in the yard.
almost warning track power, but Yoder brings it in out there and left. And again, that is now the 6th straight scoreless frame for Jalen Lavers. She takes care of Tennant there. Johnson County looking to add on an insurance run or 2. Tigers will be down to their final 3 outs. 3-0 ball game, bottom of the 6th. Well, final chance here for Johnson County. They could take this 3-0 ball game to the top of the 7th and feel pretty confident about their chances, also considering the great day that Jalen Lavers has been able to put together, but nothing wrong with adding on another insurance run or two. Make things even more difficult for Cowley, as they'll be down to their final 3 outs next time they come to the dish. It's been Arredondo to go to distance so far here for Cowley, as it has been Lavers for Johnson County.
Aspen 1 for 1 on the day. She walked, scored a run, and doubled.
And the count here, 0-2. And she was in the middle of that slump. I know we've talked about it a lot, but it felt like every time when she was stepping into the box, it was automatically 0-2.
Yeah, it seems like it's the way it is when you're in a slump.
Had a good, productive day. Both doubleheaders considered for. Got her chasing there. Swing and miss strikeout. So Arredondo wasting no time there. The 3-pitch strikeout. ABC a chance out of the Cowley dugout. Order moves to Lily Hands. Up here now for Johnson County. Over third at bat. 1 for 2 with the fly out and a single. Takes the first pitch, called for a strike. And looking ahead, you get that last out with Tennant to pop up. That's does a lot of favors, because you go to the top of the 7th, you'll still have 4, 5, and 6 with Pellet, Molina, and Scanlon.
Yeah, but you won't have to face Tennant.
Unless the Tigers, if you see Tennant again in the top of the 7th,
that's not good.
That is not good. That will not be good news for Johnson County. That will mean that the game will be getting tied, or potentially you surrender the lead. It depends on what exactly would happen.
Hush your mouth.
I'm not trying to manifest in there. I'm just trying to look at all of what could happen.
There you go. Get out of here.
Left, it's going, and again off the wall it goes. Another solid double for Lily Hands, her second of the day.
Yeah. Gets in scoring position.
I could
see if
tell.
Kalara can pick her up here.
You could tell some folks here in the press box have been eager to see a fly ball go over the wall. Had a couple of them. I believe that's the third one in this second game that has gone off the wall. Jaylee Jefferson had one that went off the top of the wall.
Yeah, no, I thought that one was gone.
A 1-out double has Hands at second base. Cue in for a spot for Katie Kalerick. 0 for 1, a walk and a ground out. Looking to collect a hit here, perhaps drive in that 4th run of the game for Johnson County.
That'd be sweet.
Sixth in the conference. Total RBIs this season for Katie Kalerick, now at 32.
Well, you want a good RBI hitter up when you have hitters in scoring position.
That's it.
Captain Obvious.
Now, no need for name calling here.
I'm calling myself Captain Obvious. Oh, no, get out of here.
Popped it up, and that's going to stay. Oh, right into the netting, and it's called for an out. You had Pellet and Molina both in the area, and Pellet having to graze up right against the netting, but able to bring it in. That's a big out, number 2.
Left fielder number 21, Mackenzie Yoder.
That was the only question, was it going to get over the net and out of play, or was it going to stay just in and give either Pellet or Molina a chance, and it just stayed in. And, of course, Molina did the rest, or Pellet did the rest. Molina was there on backup just in case.
Sure feel better if we could get that run home.
First pitch strike here to Mackenzie Yoder. 0 for 2, pair of flyouts. Cavaliers, they can hold on. Split this doubleheader today with Cowley. They'll be off for the next 7 days and back here at home. They will host crosstown rivals, Kansas City, Kansas. The doubleheader set up with the Blue Devils as that will get out of play and into the dugout, into the bullpen, I should say. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Yoder.
Hands was on her horse too because she was around third.
And with 2 outs, running on contact,
Oh,
you have
yeah.
that luxury.
Yep.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Tried to get her to chase off the plate there, but not biting on the bait is Yoder. Waiting for something she can try to handle. The dogs are howling here at Johnson County. An energetic bunch, as always, in that Johnson County dugout. 2-2 off the end of the bat. It'll bounce in front of Goji, who goes to the bag at first in time. And the Tigers will come up to bat 4, 5, and 6, down to their last 3 outs and down 3 runs. Looking to make a potential comeback. We'll see what happens. And it is still Jalen Lavers. She has earned the right to try to finish this complete game. Her numbers coming into the top of the 7, 6 straight scoreless, just 2 hits allowed, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. She has pitched a beauty. Only 3 runners left stranded for Cowley. For Arredondo, 6 hits, 3 runs for Johnson County. All 3 of them earned 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. Cavaliers have left 6 runners stranded on base. Now it's just about getting those final 3 outs. Split the doubleheader today with Cowley. Or the next time these 2 teams potentially would meet with each other, well, it will be right back here in Overland Park in the second week of May. It would be the Region 6 tournament where they would possibly cross paths once again. A lot of looking ahead in that potential statement, but definitely not out of the realm of possibility. Solid hit out into center. Lang going back for it. She goes to the wall. It is gone. So that's the start you want there if you're Cowley. Come up, hit a leadoff home run in the 4th spot. It's Pellet. And buckle in, as this could be quite a finish here in the top of the 7th inning. Another long ball for Christiana Pellet. They call her Yaya. Well, Yaya just hit her 6th home run of the season.
There's a no-doubter, too.
No doubt about it. No pun intended. That was a solid hit. About the loudest, furthest contact that the Cowley hitter has been able to make on a pitch from Jalen Lavers today. Pitched a shutout coming all the way into the top of the 7th inning to 3 outs left to go. She still has 2 insurance runs. They definitely do not want to flirt with a big Cowley rally.
Cowley rally.
2-0 to Molina, swung on and missed for strike one.
It's a good pitch there.
Molina 0 for 2. Pair of strikeouts, one looking, one swinging. Here's the 2-1. That's in there for a called strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Trying to avoid, is there a special name for a 3 strikeout? Is it 4 for the golden sombrero?
Yep.
Big grin of Lavers once again. Wanted that pitch. Oh, so close, just off the plate. Could not get Molina to chase.
Sure don't want to put this one on.
84th pitch of the game from Lavers. Here it is, and was low. Checked her swing in time. I'm surprised he did not defer to the field umpire just in case if he said that she went around or not, but neither Murray nor Lavers. Now it comes through right on cue. Says that she did not go around, which all indications showed. I thought she checked her swing in time before she did, but always worth the ask just in case.
That brings the tying run to the plate.
Yes, it does.
Come on, double play.
Let's Scanlon. I know it's on the minds of people for Scanlon. She does have the big hit ability as far as those big home runs. She's second in the team in that total with 6 on the season.
You had to put that in there.
I'm just trying to inform our viewers, didn't I? I know everyone is probably
You
watching
could have said that.
is probably
You could have
wondering.
said that after she popped out or something. No, she's going to bunt.
And
oh, there
Lavers
you go.
collects,
Double
and there you
up.
go.
There's my
There's your
double play.
play.
Woohoo!
So Jinx don't have to worry about it. A bunt attempt. Too much air underneath it. Lavers collects. So there's your traditional 1-3 double play. Or at least 2 outs.
Ooh, now they're down to their last out. That's good.
Double play in the sense of getting
Spoke it
2
into
outs there.
reality.
Man.
Eat it up. There you go.
And that'll do it. So traditional 1-3 double play and a pitch later, the traditional ground out to Izzy Carter's 6-3 put out. And that is how the Cavaliers close out this game 3-1. Cavaliers close out the win. They split this doubleheader today with Cowley. So they keep that record still in play for tops in the conference, now at 18-11. And for Cowley, their overall record, they will go to 23-11. Still just 5 total games separating these two, but both now 4-1, 5-1, I should say, in conference play. And again, Denny, I defer over to you. I'll tally up some things on my end, but your thoughts and takeaways from the second game of our doubleheader and just the doubleheader in general.
Well, a gem by Lavers,
We'll get to her
obviously, in the
numbers here in a
second
minute.
game.
Yep.
Yeah, she was incredible. Only giving up the 1 run, the 1 home run in the top of the 7th. Did a great job. And we had some timely hitting finally by the Cavaliers to push across 3 runs. So good pitching, good defense, and timely hitting.
That's the name of the game for Cowley. 1 run on 3 hits, no errors again. Both teams played a very clean ball game, which for Cowley, I don't remember if I ever got to it or not. They were coming off a doubleheader against Butler where they had 5 errors in 1 game, 6 errors total combined in their last doubleheader, but both teams no errors on the day. Johnson County 3 runs on 6 hits. It is Jalen Lavers gets the win. Going the distance for her. 3 hits, just 1 run coming across on that solo home run in the top of the 7th. 2 walks and 5 strikeouts. She had 87 total pitches. 53 of them were for strikes, and she faced 25 total batters. And it leaves Arendano with the loss going the way for Cowley. 6 innings pitched for her. 6 hits, 3 runs. All 3 of those earned. 4 walks and 5 strikeouts. She pitched 121 pitches, and 77 of those were for strikes. She faced 27 total batters on the day. just a double for Tennant and a home run for Pellet. Those were your extra base hits for Cowley. And for Johnson County, a double, 3 of them for Burkhardt, Jefferson, and Hands. And those were all the extra base hits. And I would say on about all 3 of those doubles, they ricocheted off the left field wall. And there was a couple of them that were really close with just a little bit more elevation or maybe some help from some wind blowing the other way in. They could be going over the wall for home runs, but they will take it nonetheless. So Johnson County dropped the first game 6-2. They win the second game 3-1, and they will be off for 7 days. They'll be back here at home, as when we will catch you next year on Johnson County Sports Live, a doubleheader between the Cavaliers and the Blue Devils of Kansas City, Kansas Community College. First pitch scheduled for 2 o'clock. In that doubleheader, that'll be next Thursday, April 10th, and then after that, it will be back on the road that following Saturday, April 12th, the doubleheader at Fort Scott Community College, where they will have a back-to-back doubleheaders on the road, as they'll play that following Tuesday, the 15th, at Independence. A pair of teams, Fort Scott, remember, winners of the Region 6 tournament last year, but the Greyhounds off to a rough start here, as is Independence, so a pair of fairly favorable matchups. But first, Cavaliers will host the Blue Devils here at home. As for Cowley, want to take a look at their schedule, tell you what they got coming up next. It's going to be important to keep an eye on them. They have the doubleheader at Independence and then another one on the road at Coffeyville before they return home Saturday, April 12th, doubleheader against Highlands. We're going to do a lot of scoreboard watching as the rest of the season goes along as far as those top of the league standings. I feel like it's going to be a 4-man race between Johnson County, Cowley, Kansas City, Kansas, and Neosho. The big benefit for the Cavaliers, they face all 3 of those other teams that we just mentioned here at home. Next up against Kansas City, Kansas, and later on this month against Neosho. But it's going to be a thrilling finish for the regular season title, like it usually always is here in the KJCCC Division II Eastern Conference. But that's going to do it for us today. I want to thank everyone that joined us this afternoon, whether you're watching here in Overland Park or down in Arc City or anywhere in between or around. We thank you guys for joining us today. I'm Dylan Funk alongside Dennis Dren, and we bid you a good afternoon and good evening from Overland Park at Johnson County Community College.